last we left off, the group investigated the defiled sanctum of a dead priest, coming across a dagger, a note, and a ritual with information regarding the assassin. They then took a trip to the Gardens of Serenity, and then met with the captain's husband, Thomas, and the very cute dog, Coco. Then, just as we ended the session, Captain Jordan came in, and you all sat down for your meal. I've moved everyone to a proper spot, because the tables were not big enough for this many people.
Could have expected us then.
I probably should have. I knew how many people were going to be. I knew how many people were going to be there, but I just didn't find a map that was the right size.
We could shoot slab on that table in the far corner.
Expand this one a bit.
I didn't make the map, so
yeah, just expand it a bit.
It's fine.
Okay.
You're all around a table. I got there eventually. Slab and Jack are just sharing a seat.
Just go slab on the kiddie table. There's like one round table. So
Slab's just with the dog. But yeah,
I've got best company.
Yeah. So your meal was where was it?
Garlic chicken.
Yeah, it was garlic
rice.
butter rice with seasoned lamb. And there was, there's various drinks and stuff. The captain just came in. You've all sat down, started eating.
And he's alive.
And he's alive. Yeah. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? If not, I'll get to plot.
There was one thing I had in my notes but forgot to ask last week.
Mm-hmm.
So it came about during, I think, it might have been after the session when we were talking about things we knew, trying to figure out what we actually knew about the assassin, that Bryn is from the area where the orphanage fire or murder killings were.
Yeah.
Yep. Have we asked her specifically about that?
I think Maeve mentioned it briefly. But I will tell you, out of game, the connection was very...
Tenuous.
I didn't realize it until I said them both out loud.
She just happened to be in the area.
I mean, that's where she was from. That's where Bryn, grew up. But it was a complete coincidence that I realized.
On the other side of the town.
I mean, it's a pretty big town, so yeah.
Did you know anything about the orphanage fire? Details?
Bryn would have been... It's 11 years ago.
It's 7 or something.
Bryn is how old is Bryn? Because
have this. Hang on, we talked about.
I've got it. Bryn is 28.
Yeah.
So Bryn would have been 17-ish.
17. That was it. I knew there was a 7 somewhere in there.
Yeah. I will say, out of game, Bryn would have heard of the incident. And if I had more information on the orphanage, I would tell you more information on the orphanage. But I didn't plan.
What I'm hearing is this is a thread that will not take us anywhere.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Unless the DM decides later on that it makes sense.
So then we're gonna ask everything about it.
That'd be very funny.
That's fun.
Yeah. Because the only reason I brought up was just because you rolled stupidly high that one time. But I didn't think of it past that.
I didn't think of the consequences.
The consequences of my fucking actions. But yeah, what are you guys doing?
Are we also eating curry?
It's garlic butter rice.
Yeah. I'm eating like a mess, like an animal.
Yes.
Is it like
eat inside of me, in other words?
Like eat with your hands, with bits of what's the word?
Oh, you take pieces of bread and eat with
It's
them?
probably a bit of both. You could use bread if you want, or you could use a fork.
Is it a buffet? Just to remind myself a little bit, the plan is we wait for a trap thing to go off, and then we try to talk to this dude, and if not, we kill him.
You were very muffled there.
You just went underwater there, buddy.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, let me check my microphone.
I mean, you sound fine. It was just then you went a bit muffled.
I don't think the idea of killing them is strictly on the table. We definitely want to know more about the goings on.
Yeah, it would be best if we could just not kill them.
Killing's kind of a last resort, I think.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Bryn, if you... Is it more bringing to justice, like arrested the person, or would you go for the more vigilante style of just murdering, or is like killing them? Is that the last resort, Bryn? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, any of them really. I just don't want them to be out there anymore.
Wait, so in this country, what is usually the penalty for mass murder?
What do you think?
Is it like jail or just hanging? Because this is
well,
medieval.
it wouldn't be hanging. It would be like probably prison for life.
More like dangling.
God. No, it'd be like
just dangling.
It'd be like imprisonment.
Freeballing.
It'd be like imprisonment for life. Unless you happen to go around and kill like a.
Yeah, because I know
say
historical like.
I was gonna say important person.
Holy fucking!
I was
shit,
gonna say important.
hard.
I was gonna say like king or something, but there isn't a king of Obelister, so that didn't make sense.
Is Obelisk? Is it a democracy?
Yeah.
For liberty.
So, oh god. Discourse being a bitch, Matt. Oh, Matt's good. We're gonna hear Matt's intro thing, probably.
I can actually hear you now.
Oh hello.
I lost all sound, apparently.
Oh, weird. No, so what I was gonna say is Obelister is mostly a democracy, so the towns and cities that make up Obelisters sort of govern themselves with
almost like a parliament.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the main
Guy
ruling council is the Council of Clarity, which do reside in Pyra.
I mean, I know this kind of isn't really what we're discussing, but I always like to get a feel for where I'm at. The ruling council, are they made up from each city's representatives, or would they be voted in as a sort of like could there be more seats from Pyra in the ruling council than say another city, or is it all individuals from
so the Council of Clarity mainly rule Pyra, but they do have influence everywhere else. Like within Obelisk, I'm just trying to find it in my notes. Hold on. And they are sort of there is currently 5 of them, and they are like brought in from previous ones. It's sort of like upon my death or whatever person, next person in line will take that place essentially.
Okay.
When you
say there are currently 5,
yeah,
does that mean sometimes there are more, sometimes there are less?
Yeah,
or...
sometimes if they find that there is, an important thing that maybe that none of them have like knowledge about, they might bring in someone else. Or if someone was to die, they might temporarily have less. They give you more information on about that, but I'll probably do it later because it's a lot of. I have a lot of information on them, but it doesnn't really matter for the current moment.
Yeah, no, it's very true.
It actually will come up in this conversation, but I won't give you all the information I have on right now. And as you're discussing this, Captain Jordan will finish his mouthful and say, "I'm sorry. You were saying killing is the last resort. Did you find more about this?"
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Does he know about about the priest? I don't think we haven't told him.
Yeah, we haven't told him.
He walked in 5-10 minutes.
If there is because I know we don't. What was the partner's name? I can't remember. Thomas. I know Thomas doesn't want to hear about this. So if there's a moment when either Thomas or
I think we
sorry, my brain is completely flat today. Jordan. If there's a moment where one of them is away from the other, and we can get Jordan by himself. To be like, by the way.
We'll say.
We said last week we would wait after dinner when Thomas is prepping dessert or something. We'd do it.
Yeah.
Thomas
I might have
does...
one more spell slot.
Don't waste the spell slot. Thomas does. He does stand up to give because he needs to feed the dog. So he does stand up, leaving just all of you. And I will say, the captain will say, he doesn't mind hearing about all of this.
Well,
Just sorry if one.
Sorry, I can't remember anyone's name today. Fucking my brain's.
Who are you thinking of?
The old
Bryn-
priest.
Oh God,
Victoria.
that's a fair name to not remember. Honestly,
No, it's not Schmitty. Wasn't Schmitty?
Schmitty was the guy made up on the spot.
Yeah,
The priest was an M name. It was
Monica.
Marina. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, of course it was Marina, because I was thinking of that one song.
So I was just going to say that we found another body, and very quickly catch him up on specifically what we found, what I did.
Yep. Do you leave out any information specifically, or you just tell them everything?
I think
He probably wants that knife if you mention that one.
Well, I'm not going to hand that out. I have a plan for that after the meal. I'm going to see if it's what's affecting this dark shards.
Yeah, but what if he wants it now?
But why? Why would he need it now? He's eating his dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to look at it at some point. But,
like police.
For now, it's fine.
Well, anyway, there's the letter. I don't have that. So yeah, tell them about the potential of the trap, the potential for clearing out the desert rose.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Again,
and that they were there for a while as well. That the guy was there.
They were coming in and out. Yeah.
I will throw my hat in, and I think a bit of a risk to clear the desert rose for one short reason: if they catch us bringing guards in, even undercover, they may just get spooked and think they're walking into a trap. We need it to be a little bit more neutral. That's all I'm saying.
The captain does say, well, I can bring guards in, but they don't have to be wearing, guard attire. They're all well trained. And we can get weapons in, and they don't need to be wearing armor like I do as such. Obviously, it'd be helpful if they could wear something, but it's not necessary. They could just act like, regular customers.
Well, they
patrons.
can do as I do, just wear my armor under my clothes.
Well, that's...
Well, they can do what I do and just not wear armor.
Well, not everyone has abs as strong as you, Sadden.
I don't wear armor either.
Oh,
I'm making an assumption. I've never met this man in my life.
Snyder's got a massive grin. He's very happy about that.
Sadden, now I've complimented you. Can you chew properly?
Oh, okay.
The dog is
maybe.
the dog eats more carefully than you.
Yeah, when you live out of cities for 6 years, you gotta be kind of have to, keep everything together. Also,
She's a dog.
yeah, but did your dog exist in like a temple as well? Like back when I was a kid in those temples, like everyone's scrounging for food. It's all first come first serve.
I mean, we got the dog
quick.
off the street, so technically at one point.
Also, there's plenty of rice. You didn't have to punch me.
From two people across.
You got in the way. I need the rice bowl.
He's basically Luffy now, though, isn't he?
No, I'll try to be on my best behavior. I don't understand these kitchen utensils, so.
What is fork?
Plate.
What is fork?
What is table?
Well, I presume you know what a fork, spoon, and
No, I know
knife
what they are, but you see him holding basically a knife and a fork in the most gorilla-like manner. Like he's not
And
holding
yet you
it
can
correctly.
use chopsticks.
when he's trying to eat.
Oh, he could use chopsticks. He could use chopsticks.
Siden's
He
only
understands
ever used
chopsticks.
sporks.
No.
Oh, no,
He's
not
only
the
ever used
sporks.
chopsticks. He knows chopsticks.
I mean, Peru, you can blame
Wait,
yourself
so
on
you
this.
managed to eat curry with
You
chopsticks,
added
while the fork is
sporks
beyond
to
you?
my world, Peru. So
I actually kind of drank the curry. I kind of just grabbed the bowl and.
it was
I
just
I don't know if I should be proud or horrified.
it was just pure garlic butter. That's
Both.
That's
You're not sleeping in the in the dome tonight.
no.
Didn't want to anyway.
It's like, oh, that'd be awful.
This is what you have to do to get to agree. Sidon just drinks garlic butter, and then he gets to sleep outside like he
And
wants.
then he calls fucking cloud kill by breathing.
I didn't mean to drink the entire garlic butter on its own. I was aiming for the rice. It all kind of blended in together when I was in a hunger stupor.
What do you mean aiming for the rice? Can't you see different of rice and butter?
I kind of just grabbed the first thing in my hand and then just threw it in my mouth, I'll be
Jesus
honest.
This is the conversation we're having, Sidon, yes. Well, I thought the bit I had was very nice, thank you.
Thomas says, I have some mod if you want me to heat it up.
No, it's fine. Watching Sidon eat have somewhat lost my appetite.
Yeah, but I gotta say the food is very good.
Very, very nice. Yeah.
Where did you learn to cook?
I've just practiced my whole life, and I've just enjoyed cooking. So
that's very good.
But yeah, as you're discussing eating, the captain does probably looks to Thomas first and looks to the rest of you and does say, again, I am sorry that I was so late. I was talking this is funny considering what Peter asked. I was talking to Emerald, the Just, one of the council, about some of the information that had been gathered by you all and by Samael and other such means. For those who don't know, Emerald, the Just, he has the final say on many of the city's trials and acts as almost like a lawmaster within Pyro. And we got into a discussion about it all. Briefly, he goes on a little bit. He was talking about some of the, Nayati was agitated or something, that Amethyst was overwhelmed. I would say anyone proficient with history, can you make me a history check? And Cass, even if you're not proficient, you can make me a history check.
Excellent.
And then I have to ask the question.
6!
Do I still need
Not.
to have the dice on? Or can I turn it off now?
I think you turn it off now.
Turn it off now.
No, it's not Faithine's undead.
Nope, doesn't matter anyway. So
15, 18, 19. Does any? I mean, you all rolled relatively high, other than the people who rolled low.
Names of functionaries in the city.
I'm just looking to see if these two. No, okay, cool. Yeah. So you're so I will say.
I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't have proficiency in history. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I don't either.
I mean, Slab has half
Does it
proficiency.
matter?
For this, it did.
No, I mean for Sidon.
Good point. So, anyone who rolled a 13, which is anyone who rolled half decently, and I mean, Cass, even with a 6, you would know that the word Nayati, which is Niyati in Marquesian, means destiny or fate.
so I guess I know that too.
Anyone who speaks Marquesian, I guess, would know
Yeah,
that,
I do that. So
Yeah, there you go. I wasn't sure. I just knew Cass did. Then everyone, so Maeve, Cassian, and Artrum would all know that within the lore books of Obalista, Nayati has been cited as a guardian a number of times, which I think is all that Maeve would know or Maeve and Cassian would know with their roles. With Artrum's 19. You're thinking about books you probably read in Malachite about cool creatures and powerful entities, and you would know that the name Nayati can be linked with a sphinx that roamed the desert about 150 years ago. But that's all the information you guys can get.
Some of the names mentioned there as well.
Yeah, Amethyst.
Ruby and Amethyst.
And I will say with those roles. You would know that Amethyst is... Hold on, which one? Amethyst the Wise is the oldest member of the council. Sort of like a Just trying to read it. Sort of has some magical properties that helps her, see things beyond normal, like perception. Very not generic, but you know what I mean. Then the captain continues by saying, and the encounter with Emerald did give me the idea that I might be able to ask the council for a meeting to try and get some information across. Amethyst and Sapphire may be able to get us more information, with Ruby and Emerald probably wanting to know everything we know about the assassin.
All the different Pokemon generations.
Literally.
Ruby,
weird question.
Emerald.
There was Emerald,
Sapphire.
Ruby, Amethyst, and Sapphire. They're all named after gems.
Yeah.
Just curious, because they seem to have titles associated with the gem they're named after.
Yes.
When they become members of the council, do they have to change their names to a gemstone, or like?
No, it's more title. And just
title the title.
Yes, it's more. You wouldn't
Descriptor.
Yeah, you wouldn't call the king by their first name.
So, would you be able to? So you mentioned Emerald the Just. What is Ruby and Sapphire?
So I'll just quickly go down. Amethyst
they combine and become guarded from Steven Universe.
Amethyst I mentioned. Emerald I mentioned as like Justice Man. Ruby is no. So where Emerald is like the law master of like the internal city, Ruby is like the head of the sort of the warriors, essentially, like for external threats, like defense of the city specifically.
So
Ruby the warrior.
Ruby the brave.
The Ruby.
Then there is Sapphire, who is. Please stop, Matt. Who is like a mystic with divination magic, things like that.
You mentioned,
You've gone really muffled, James.
You mentioned that the council was coming together. Would that be Ruby, Emerald, Sapphire, and Amethyst?
Yeah.
Do they? Is that all of them? And do they not meet regularly?
No, they do meet regularly. I was just talking to Emerald about the goings on with the assassin. The last member is Diamond, the Pure, who work for like the charitable works, and they help the infrastructure and the general population.
I know they all have different ruling areas. Like Emerald is more of the lawmaker and lawmaster, and Ruby is more the militaristic and that type of thing. But do the gemstone names also represent their position in the ruling council, or do they share an equal?
They share it equally, just in different areas.
Cool.
But yes, if you'd like, I can see if I can get a meeting with at least one or two of them. It is difficult to get everyone in one room, but it might take me a little bit of time.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Just to relay information, of course.
How long have they each been in? Don't say power, but how long have they each been in their positions?
Well, Amethyst the longest, for about. I'm gonna have him make a history check because he probably wouldn't know all of it specifically.
Can I make a history check as well?
No.
You
3. Fucking hell.
I have no idea.
I forgotten my name. No.
Amethyst who?
The old.
Why are we talking about gems?
Amethyst has been the longest. She's been here for about in her position for about 50, 60 years, I believe. The rest of them over time. The next, I think, being Sapphire, then Emerald, then Ruby, then Diamond, relatively recently, to my
Within
knowledge.
the last 11 years, did you say, for Diamond?
Within the last, I think, more like 5.
Interesting. And where do they when they come to the city? Are they? You mentioned that they are awarded the titles. Are they voted in, or do they apply?
Yes, they're voted in sometimes by recommendation from the others, given a little bit more of a chance, and then by the people once they have, proven their worth.
And then they just stay in.
And then usually, unless something bad happens.
So, would any of them be particularly concerned? For example, Emerald perhaps be concerned about the potential that they would be losing their position because of these killings?
Possibly. Which is part of the reason I was mentioning it to him. But I don't know all the democracy of it, so I'm not that knowledgeable about it. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Just making conversation. Obviously, there's lots of things that we need to be aware of. It's like shifting sands. We seem to learn one thing, and then we think the picture gets clearer, but we are looking at it from the wrong angle. And it's worth understanding the entirety of the picture, even if though only a corner of it is the bit that we're trying to uncover.
Like putting together a puzzle. Except all the pieces.
More holistically, change. So if you understand everything, you can understand the specific thing. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Yeah. I did not think you could see me, but obviously you can't.
I heard it.
Thank you. Yes, nod.
Felt it in the force.
Yeah.
You said in the script I have to nod.
But why? I can't. They can't see me. It's fine. I have to make this nodding
Looks
joke.
At the camera, shrugs. Yeah. Okay.
Breaks fourth wall.
Yeah. Their position. Position. So I would, unless anyone has any huge objections, take Captain Jordan literally through everything we know, which I wish I'd written down, but I don't. So. Unless you want my scatterbrained interpretation of what it is we learned over the last 4 weeks, assume that Archeron's remembered it.
Yep. Yeah, that can be done. I don't think he comments on anything specifically. I'm just reading through to see if there's anything he would comment on.
Question about that dream thing. Is this the last day or is this?
No, this is second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We've only had one long rest.
It's crazy. It's been 5 sessions. You've long rested once. It's just
I
nothing.
was a little bit confused. That's why I wanted to make sure.
It's like no combat's really happened, so you haven't needed to long rest a lot. So
except Archeron sends messages out.
Well, that's not combat, so you're not in it. You're not all dying and bleeding.
We should really invest in sending stones.
Yeah,
why?
Give the sending stone to the other person.
Yeah. Let's just fucking send porridge with it.
You wasted, 3 sendings to
you
the same
waste
person?
Them, did he?
No, 5. I sent
not to
5
one.
times today.
Yeah, not to one person, but yeah, I mean, you'd have to get the stone to the other person if you're trying to send it. You mail them the sending stone, being like, hey,
no,
call me when
Porridge
you get
have one stone, he flies around with it.
Yeah, but you can only use the stone once a day.
Yeah. And also, Porridge can, mimicry, so I can just tell him what I want to say, people.
That's true.
Yeah.
So basically,
magic mouth, I suppose.
Just
hold up pieces of paper and hand it out to him. He flies it off, people open it. It's like the fucking Howler from Harry Potter.
Ronald Weasley!
Oh, yeah, the second movie.
How dare you steal that car?
Your father's facing inquiry at work.
And Ginny did.
I'm gonna get copyrighted by Warner Bros.
No.
I'm not joking. We can't do it by J.K. Rowling. There's too many non-binary characters in this.
Yeah, she won't listen to it.
There's too many black people that aren't
They'll
named
definitely
Kingsley
get
Shacklebolt.
Yeah.
Non-binary, just choose a 1 or a 0, idiot.
Did you
just see that? Did you see that really good tweet? Someone put an egg on their croque monsieur to turn it into a croque madame, and now J.K. Rowling's shouting outside there.
Oh my god.
Sorry, what?
Croque monsieur is a cheese and ham toasted sandwich, French one, and then you put an egg on it, and it becomes a croque madame, and it's like a lunch meat. It goes from being a light meal to a lunch at that point. and because it transitioned from male to female, Monsieur Madame, J.K. Rowling loses his shit about it. I thought that was hilarious. I thought it was
Yeah.
funny.
Is there anything you guys are talking about
Rock Monsieur.
with the good old captain?
Is there any possibility? This is James asking of dessert.
I haven't planned one, but what would you guys want for dessert?
Baklava.
You had that ready. Wow.
I just want it. I love.
He did ask for dessert.
I would love some ice cream.
Ice cream with.
We're in a fucking desert. I want something cold.
Or like apple pie with ice cream.
Ooh, like a cheesecake.
Millionaire cheesecake.
Oh. Yeah,
Lemon
Thomas
cheesecake.
goes to find cheesecake.
I would be okay with the carrot cake.
Walks all the way to Crown Top for cheesecake.
Guys, I found it.
3
Actually,
sessions later.
If we end up meeting with the assassin, should I just cast Calm Emotions because the letter suggests that they're quite unstable?
Unstable.
Well, if they
Maybe ask for permission first.
yeah,
Cassian would say it would be not
rude.
rude because who they are, but it would be a bit probably
It's
not
an
the best
assassin. I don't care about being
but it
rude. I care
probably
about
wouldn't
their
make the
safety.
best introduction.
Yes. Yeah.
And
well,
the
if
spell
they come
doesn't
to
last
us-
an infinite amount of time.
Yeah, if they come to us because we've invited them, then it indicates they are willing to talk a little bit, and so keep it on hand. I just hope it isn't tonight. I will have to re-examine my spells in the morning, but yes.
If you're
I don't know.
sleeping and that thing triggers, you get woken up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
I don't get my spells back until 7 hours 59. But
Well, actually, I'm gonna wake you up at 7 hours 59:59, and you're not gonna get it because it's 8 hours. But the dome's gonna
One
fade,
more second.
and you're gonna be sad.
sorry, I thought Simon was saying.
Oh, I was just gonna say, after like a few minutes, Thomas comes back in with like, what kind of cheesecakes? I think it was like probably 2
Oh
of
no,
them.
like I want those pastel donadas. If we're not having baklava, I want pastel donadas. I'll send him back.
Wow.
It's out, mate!
You want a fancy egg custard?
I want the fancy egg custards. You got damn right I want the fancy egg custards.
Yeah, that was nearly it. That was
Yeah.
nearly it.
You touched the all.
Just Mark, what time was that? Yeah. Ooh.
Fucking frozen slip right there.
He comes in with a lemon cheesecake and a
Millionaires.
yeah.
Custard.
Is anyone I can think of? No.
Right, I cast fireball.
Wow.
Rolling the shit.
I haven't got any 3rd level spells. I can't.
I cast.
I don't think I have any fucking damage spells that isn't magic missile.
I mean that would
Would
be
do it.
relatively
That would-
effective.
I cast delete self.
Does anyone? No one else has counterspell, right?
I don't have counter spell.
Oh, no one else. Okay, let me write that down.
So spent. Like,
cool.
I don't think you realise.
Do you have counterspell? Just not like.
I
you
just
can't
have it
cast
prepared.
Okay,
but
I thought you just didn't have the spell. And I was
No,
like,
I
oh,
always have it prepared. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure because I was like,
Weird.
but yeah. So you get some dessert of good quality, not as good as the main meal. You get the sense the dessert's not Thomas's
Was
like
it Tesco's?
speciality. No, he definitely made it, but
Oh.
it's not as good as the main meal, which was a very good meal. But it's still,
What are we talking, like 7 out of 10?
yeah, we're talking like a good 7. Yeah.
Okay.
With the main meal being probably a solid 9.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
It's as close to a magic meal you can get without it being a magic meal.
Is it still a meal worthy of a hero's feast?
No.
No.
How does Sidon eat the cheesecake? I imagine
That's
he
a
just
great
picks it up
question.
and shovels it all in.
Or he uses chopsticks somehow.
This
use
time,
it.
he cuts
It's
a
like a
slice
piece of
of
cake.
cheesecake. He cuts a slice of the cheesecake and then grabs it from the back and just sort of eats it like Matt said, like a cake.
Like a
You
pizza.
touch the cheesy bit with your fingers.
It's underneath.
He
And
holds
then
the biscuit bit.
thumbs-
Oh, it's on the
And
He holds the buttery
biscuit
biscuit base. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hold the base and then thumb on the crust. and then
Okay. Well done. Maybe
Well,
you
well said,
well
Pete.
done. You'll get a little silver star for doing
But yeah, so you enjoy the rest of your meal. And is there anything else you want to talk with the captain with, or Thomas, or the dog?
Is there anything that because I know he's been investigating, and so this is weird. So we know as a collective of people, as players, that we've done something that's allowed him to dodge a bullet. We as characters don't know that. But I want to know, like, I'm trying to think of a way to get that information out of him in character. So what's he been investigating today? Like, what avenues has he been investigating? Because we've been doing a lot of grunt work.
Yeah.
I assume there's other stuff going on that
he would have told you that obviously early this morning he went to the casino after you guys to look into it. I think he also sent a message with the cook.
Yep.
So he probably wouldn't have gone there himself. He would have sent like some other, like, not captain, like another higher up to do that while he had his meeting. And then he would have been in that meeting for most of the day. Probably took a break or two, and then come back, and then later
that was
on
with Emerald, right?
That was with Emerald, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then would have led to him coming back in. Which
Wow,
would have
so it
been
was like basically like a 9-hour meeting.
literally.
Damn.
Wow.
Get meat, that is.
Well, I think it would have been about 7.
7 hours.
7 with breaks and lunch. But yeah, still a lot.
So you work closely with Emerald then?
Relatively. If something needs done that he is aware of, I will get told and I will see if I can help. Yeah, sort of work directly by him.
What's Emerald like? And as I ask that, I'm going to insight him to see if he's having an affair.
Wow.
7-hour meeting.
7-hour meeting.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing out of character, genuinely.
You can make an insight.
No, more for like what he thinks of him for like, what's it called? Because I have because a lot of these people have names now, and when you give me it's like, the joke you used to say that when I give an NPC a name, I have it pre-written down.
Yeah.
They're clearly someone
And
that
I'm
I
like,
can't use.
whoop, 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 my alarm bells go.
Yeah. So like they've got this council, so I'm trying to like eliminate members of the council. So I want to know what his
He's trying to kill them? You're the assassin?
No, like take them off, because we've got this like fresh layer of people now to investigate. So I want to get his opinion on Emerald, and then any others he works with. I don't expect him really to be working with Sapphire, or in fact any of them other than Emerald, really.
Emerald subs like Ruby sometimes. Because
and Diamond barely at all.
Nah, Diamond probably maybe met once or twice.
Diamond,
just because you said that Diamond the Pure who does charity works, immediately on
I know.
I've literally got the name emboldened.
So he would say, well, it's he's very
roll insight.
Yeah, I mean you can.
Sorry, Brian.
He is very. I'm trying to think the best way to describe it. He's looking at Sidon a lot. He's a lot like Sidon in a way, but in
arching grimaces.
Not he eats normally, and
So he's like me if I actually had tablements.
I would give him more credit than that.
Have you got brought up correctly?
Well, that's neither here nor there. He's very good at what he does. He is knowledgeable about the city and many of the laws in the city. He's very strong and somewhat unassuming. He doesn't wear full armor like I would on a day's work. I mentioned he's like Sidon because he's more of a up-close punch type if he needs to be. And also wears not a similar outfit, but a similar style of outfit.
Does Cassian know Emerald by any chance? Because they were both lawmasters.
I don't think so.
It's got a way away, I know.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's like a mailing group.
they have a Teams chat.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Cassian would know him. He'd probably be like, I'm familiar with his work. But no, I don't think
this lore that he made up. Yes.
no, I don't think they would have met or probably spoke at all. They probably just would have been on like a similar sort of level, I guess, if that makes sense. Or like, we probably have similar views on things. But yes, and with that 4 insight, he's just rattling information off. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah. Anything else, or are you guys taking your leave?
What time of night is it?
It's probably a good you've probably been here about an hour and a half. It's probably about coming up to 10. Because no, it's not. It's probably coming up to about 9:30 ish.
We were invited here for a specific reason. I thought we weren't just
You're
told
here
to
for the
rock up.
meal.
Wasn't there something else? Wasn't there something he wanted to tell us?
Not that he
No.
told us.
Okay.
He was just being
Well,
nice.
Thomas wanted to meet you guys,
Okay.
and he was like, it might be a good chance to talk about stuff in relative private. I just wanted to humanize characters a bit more.
Does he have any gut instinct suspects? So don't have to have evidence to back it up.
God.
But does he have any lurch?
I don't know if I can give anything without accidentally being biased.
That's why
I know. I just.
he could just
My-
no.
my
I
main
need the evidence.
suspect
Yeah, evidence is king.
Yeah, he was like, well, when I was talking to Emerald, he said, evidence is key, and I don't want to, give a suspect without being more sure about them.
I mean, if we are speculating, my initial suspect was Samael. They just gave off that vibe. That was all.
You get a little pat on the shoulder for getting it right.
Yeah, and also I don't think he would use a flaming sword. To be fair,
They very clearly have a
sorry.
gun.
Yeah.
They have a gun. Yeah,
they have many guns.
They have 2 guns.
they have 2.
One
Left
for
and
each
right.
hand.
Yeah.
But they also had a scimitar.
They also did have a scimitar.
Yeah, but you don't want to be using a rifle if someone's right up in your grill.
Yeah.
Do you? I would suggest put a bayonet on it. Would be my.
Well, bayonets don't exist in D&D, James. So.
Well, if you're using
Dagger on the
guns
gun.
and someone gets close, you already did something wrong.
True.
Unless you're
True.
using a shotgun.
Well, have you worked with Samael before?
Yes, once or twice.
Are they? They seem to be very reliable.
They're reliable.
Right.
They're good at what they do. A bit no nonsense type, but
How much
reliable.
nonsense do you like? Because we have an abundance.
I mean, if I were to crack a joke, I assume if it was funny, someone would laugh. They probably wouldn't. Or just give one of those exhales that
A very
Yeah.
white person smile.
very white person smile.
Is Samael the black sheep of the family, the Shadakai family they're from? Going out on adventures like this and sort of go.
I will say, son,
Iron.
you can make me a history check. You're from the dynasty.
My fat plus 0 for a 2,
Aw.
baby.
Kitty has advantage.
You don't know if you've met a Shadakai before. That's probably just them. You've got no idea. No.
What
no,
is it that tempted you into law, John? May I call you Jordan? I suppose.
Yes, of
You're
course.
no longer the captain. are you?
Wow.
Well, temporarily.
Looks. Tom's not sweating. Well, it wasn't really. I actually have it in my notes. Let me not just make it up on the spot.
Fuck bitches make money. What?
Yes. Wait, what? Well, not to get all, sappy and ooh, woe is me, but I grew up in the dunes, and it was just me and my mother, and it was difficult. Not much money, being in a relatively dangerous part, and I spent, a number of years trying to find myself. I guess everyone does that. I had to defend myself a few times, which is why I became adept with a blade. And I also partially got into religion for a time. It shows the symbol of Thelane, who is the lightning herald, the god of storms and quick action and decisiveness. For a time, not too much though, but then I needed money, and I needed something to do, to be honest, after deciding that priesthood wasn't really my thing. And I became a sandspear, and here we are, after years.
This is a meta question. What?
Yes.
If he had a stat block, what would it be?
He has a stat block.
Could he allude to that?
It would be... I think the closest thing would be not an Eldritch Knight, because it's not spells, but it's he's got mainly combat, mainly fighting, with a sword, or a crossbow, but has some lightning-based attacks. I don't know how to. I can't really, because it's not a character. I can't just say, "Oh, he's a paladin." But he's not. But...
Kind of an in between of a fighter cross with a Tempest cleric kind of style.
Yeah, I think that's the closest. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
He's cool. He's got a custom one.
If Thomas was to have a stat block,
a level 1 druid, maybe. Yeah.
Level 1 commoner. Got it. Cool.
It'd be the equivalent of a commoner or a level 1 druid with a few a druid craft or something. Nothing really. Maybe a Beastmaster because of the dog.
The only other thing I can think of asking is around Victoria. So how's she been? Because she was very worried earlier.
She's been a bit quiet. You guys learning all that information. And she was in that party of her brother was definitely, all paladins know each other. And no, she was when you guys read the note, she was paladins definitely linked to my brother. It was very much if she just wants to find her brother, really, and she wants to help, but she's very focused on finding her brother, and she's quiet because she's we're getting close, but we still don't know much about, whereabouts, or if he's even alive. So she's, quiet, and I guess nervous, a bit, scared, because, no one wants to lose, family member. Yeah,
I like speculative theories, but I don't know how worthwhile Jordan will find them.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys doing? I feel like I've asked that, but I'm just I sort of have to ask it. But Jordan says I will look into the Desert Rose, see if I can have some guards placed there, if nothing else. Because it would probably take some time to get, get everyone our guards in, but I will, in the morning, have some guards stationed there, just in case.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. If at any point Victoria does, wander off, or, goes to the bathroom or whatever...
she probably would at one point, yeah.
Yeah.
She goes outside for a smoke.
Yeah, I would just ask.
There's no bathroom in this house. Oh, yeah, there is.
Oh, just chucks it out of a window.
I just didn't see it on the map.
I would ask.
Do you want Bryn to be here as well?
Yeah. It's basically what's going to happen to her when, like, okay, James thinks her brother's dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, extension of that is Archon thinks that he's dead too. Not that he's going to stop looking, but like if they come back, I just don't think he's going to be. You know, it's going to be a little bit. We're going to find pieces of him.
I personally think he's alive because every other corpse has been there.
Well, there's a reason why I don't think that he's going to be able to come back, which I will come to in a moment. But I don't want to say it in front of Thomas and Jordan just yet until I've like had a chance to marinate on it a little bit. That's not the word.
Confirm it.
No, it's like a
make him more educated.
Educated is a strong word. I just I need to formulate in my brain a little bit because it's not quite. It's only just there in James's head. But I don't think that we're going to get her brother back, and so I want to know what, whether or not whether or not Jordan, specifically the Sandspears, can do something to like keep her company, because obviously Oliver was like I don't want to say the fun one, but like the social.
Oh
one.
no, you're right. Yeah.
You're
fully. You can say it. It's true.
Yeah.
She's not here.
Even
Bryn's like.
So Oliver was the social one, and she would have been like oh fucking bugger lugs is here kind of thing.
No, but
she's a little bit like she's a bit more of a house mouse. I think it's fair to say, yeah.
Whereas I think the best way to put it is whereas Oliver's high charisma, she's high intelligence, wisdom.
Okay,
it's like
right, yeah, okay. So just looking for someone to confirm that they will put a warm arm around her shoulder after this has been brought to a conclusion, because Archon is distinctly of the opinion that her brother will not be able to do that.
Jordan says if that happens to be the case, of course. Victoria,
I literally just put my thumb up like you could see.
like I'm nodding. Victoria is, I don't know that well, but she, a friend of Oliver's, she's a friend of mine as part of that, and like Bryn says, I'm also here.
Well, obviously we don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where. I think we're heading down to place that I've forgotten. The surf town.
Surf and turf, Whittle.
Whittle, that was it. Afterwards, I don't know, Bryn, if you'll be. I don't know.
I mean, if everything goes well, I'm gonna try and go back to Darius after this, I think.
Interesting point. Cassie, what are you planning to do? Are you going to remain with us? Your position in Crown Top as the Lawmaster, is that what's going to happen there?
Cassian, opens his mouth to answer, and then shuts his mouth. I honestly haven't been sure. I've been trying to think about it, but I don't know. It's been a lot.
I don't mean to sound rude, but if you don't take back up your position, someone else could.
We'll get it.
And they may not be as nice as you.
I mean, that's the reason I stayed for as long as I did. Not today, obviously, because
it's 10:30.
Well, it's 10:30, and I would have no way to do it. And I don't want to ask. I know, Archer, you're running low on spells. I do want to.
I can't teleport you.
No.
Waste
running
no
low
time.
on spells. I was going to say trying to get into contact with Alex.
Oh, I could send him a letter. I don't know when it would reach there, but I could try to send him a letter, and then he could. I know he has sending, and he could send it to you. But it would probably be as quick just to wait until tomorrow morning.
Yes. If you get the chance, it's not pressing. I did want to look, but part of me just wants to. I'm not an adventurer by any means, but I'm also not the same person I was when I became the Lawmaster, and I don't think I deserve the position because of what happened, and it was even before I just, became what I became. It was lonely, and this is the most kinship I've felt in a long time, and I don't want to drop that to go back to what I was doing before, because I don't know if I trust myself to do it anymore.
Yeah, if it's any consolation, I would say that as long as you want to be in this party, by me, you're welcome.
And I'm not I can use a blade, but I'm not that competent of a fighter. But I can help in other ways. I'm knowledgeable,
maybe.
Well, I'm knowledgeable of many things, and I can point out things and apparently unlock a door like before.
Encyclopedia.
Well, I'm not an encyclopedia. I've read a lot of books. Yes, some of them were smart, but that's neither here nor there.
He's our Jiminy Cricket Journal from Kingdom Hearts.
No, I don't know who that is. I've not read that book. But I can probably find information or something. I mean, I can fight if need be, but
do you would you put Alex in charge of your position?
Alex is a butler.
No,
Exactly.
I would if
Do you get a say in who takes over, or
if I was there, likely.
Alex is his shadow.
But I mean, Alex is as great as he is. He's not a Lord Master by any means.
He's not a politician.
He's not a politician.
Yeah.
If it were possible, I'd ask him to, either, stay there and have his life again properly, just without any influences, or just come here if he feels so inclined. But I wouldn't ask him to do that.
When Cassian come home, the whole house is in ruins, and Alex has just been
Party!
living his
Alex is like, I made too many grilled cheese.
But I wasn't even
His
there.
It
voice.
was like vaguely Russian. I don't.
It sort of like grew.
Gorals. Listen, it's been months since I've done that voice. I don't remember exactly what it was.
yeah.
Perhaps that's a conversation for another
conversation
time.
for
Looking
another
at
time.
the policeman is like, but before you became what?
I'm back.
I can enjoy your food.
But you can feel, because you've been up for a while, you've had a very long day, you can feel yourself starting to be like, oh, it's getting late, and you don't want to walk back when it's too dark, so, and
There's a serial killer about.
there is a serial killer about. There is a lot of
I don't
you,
have light
but-
either.
I mean,
I do, I got dancing lights.
at least one of, yeah, there we go. Maybe
Give
We
you
can
all
all
a
see in the
orb.
dark, can't we?
Except Sidon.
I think
Except
except Sidon. Oh, and
I can
Victoria.
see in the dark.
Oh,
I
I've got
can
my
look
fucking
2 minutes.
floating head.
That's true. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Okay, anybody who wants a little cool orb floating light, let me know and you can have one.
I'm just,
I do.
Just out of curiosity, do the streets of Pyra have?
They do have like
lights
lanterns and stuff.
Lanterns.
The dunes will probably be a bit sparse of the lights, like especially at night, because
Yeah.
it's very close and things like that. But like for the most part, you'd have lights.
I'm assuming this area around where the gardens is and his house. I'm assuming this area is like full of lights. This is
Yeah,
I imagine that gardens would have so many lights for people doing romantic midnight walks.
It would have like small lanterns. It wouldn't have big like floodlights.
Yeah,
No,
because you've
no,
got to remember there's
right.
people around, and I'm guessing it
Yeah.
would like pour in through the
Yeah.
windows, so it's like
Yeah.
this late
But
at
not-
night.
Not big ones, but like those small sort of romantic ones.
There would be, there'd be lights about.
I know it's gonna sound a daft question, right?
Yes.
What day of the week is it? If
Oh,
you,
God,
if
I
it's
can-
like
I can tell you.
human time,
I might be able to tell you
human.
this.
If it's like, what I'm
if
looking
it's
for is like the
human
real
time.
world equivalent. Because if it's
Yes.
a Saturday night, I'm assuming it's gonna, or Friday, Saturday night, I'm assuming because like lights and sounds and stuff. If it's like a fucking Tuesday, it's gonna be dead.
It is the equivalent of. Actually, it's the equivalent of a Tuesday. I think
Fantasy Tuesday.
Fantasy Tuesday. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know why I've been dating stuff in my head, so it is the 9th November for.
So presumably it'd be like a quiet night then. It's
yeah, relative.
Okay. Is there any way then that he can get in touch with us to alert us for a killing, so we can get there quick
The
snap?
captain.
Yeah.
This is the point where we Ascending Stone will be alright.
That's true.
Yeah. Would be useful here. The only thing that Artron's got in the front of his mind is, I think there's only one more killing to come.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the shard, and I don't.
Oh, do you try the shard thing?
Not here. I'm gonna do it in the thing. But I'm gonna say to him if he would like, because it's free, and like as we're winding down, Artron. I'm not a big lover of lemon cheesecake. I often find it really claggy.
I love
it. Unless it's like made with the actual mascarpone, like. Yeah, because if it's like one of those gelatine ones, get out of my face. If it's mascarpone, get involved.
Hey, I mean, it's Thomas. He'd be a proper.
Okay, I'll have a small slice. But whilst everyone's having like coffees and liqueurs and stuff, Archon's going to offer to alarm some of the windows, but not on the wake him up alarms. It's the sound alarm that'll wake them up.
So Archon.
I'm on the opposite side of the city. I can't fucking help you, my dude.
He says, yes, of course. It won't be. Can we go out as we please? I
think so.
I believe you designate.
Yeah, I can designate people. Yeah.
Well, the people would be me, Thomas, and Doug.
I'm not too concerned about the doors. It's the windows.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless he specifically wants me to do the doors.
I don't remember the last time I jumped out the window, so that's fair.
I mean, if you want to do it now, get it out of your system.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so it will take me.
There's a tuck and roll.
Let's see how long it's going to take me. Realistically, 20-foot cube. How big?
You probably do it in 25. I'll give you like 25, 30 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes. So I do like 3 cubes, specifically around the bed. Like I don't want to ask, like, you don't have to show me your bedroom, but
I mean, I have nothing. We just opens the door. It's fine. It's just a second.
It's an ornament. It's an ornament.
I promise.
It's just a nice.
My handcuffs there for work. Do it on the room.
You don't see anything, but you do hear him kick something under the bed.
And it squeaks like leather.
God.
So you do it on the bedroom.
I swear,
and
it's
then,
not a swing.
do it in the bedroom, and then like I would. So I've had the. Sorry, my head is boxed. I've been fucking looking at spreadsheets all week. Oh my god, what's it called? The spellbook thing. You know, the head, the eyeball.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I was floating around the house. I couldn't. It wasn't even the name. I just couldn't think of the word spellbook. I've been floating around the house. I'm going to minor illusion the house to Sidon and say, Sidon, were you to try to sneak into this house? And Cassian, I'm going to include you in this purely because of your class. Please don't take this to heart. If you were to sneak into this house to murder somebody, how would you do it so I don't have to cast alarm 6 times?
There's a chimney.
Right.
Chimney, okay.
It wouldn't be the chimney.
Santa Claus.
Well, it depends on how big the chimney is at the top.
Where's their bedroom? It's that one,
It's
right?
In the bedroom.
Bedroom.
You don't have to look in their bedroom.
No, I know. But I'm actually gonna have a look at this, see how I would break in and murder someone. Let's have a look, shall we? Is this actually a spare room here?
Yeah.
In fact, let me just double check this because I don't know how many alarms I can have.
I think it's just infinite.
I think it's just infinite. Okay.
If not, it's fine. You can do as many.
Well, you'd say that
It doesn't say. It doesn't say that.
I think it is just like as
yeah, as many as you can be asked casting. Yeah.
Does that spare room have a window?
It looks like it here.
I would say yeah.
It looks like it goes.
Yeah, but remember, it's a 25-foot cube. Is it cube or sphere? I think 20-foot.
Oh but this looks like it's an outside patio.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if that
like
it's outdoors, yeah, I would probably go in through the spare room. Maybe lay a little bit of a trap. If I knew they had a
the
dog,
house with a dog in it, son.
Yeah, No,
we're saying if he were to.
If I were to break in to do what you're suggesting, I would go for the spare room. If I knew they had a dog, I would probably lie in wait in here. And, I mean, I would never do this, and you have to understand you've asked me.
Sidon, you would listen, you would wait till the dog was asleep. You would wait till the dog was asleep, remember, Sidon?
No, well, see, what I would do is I would lure the dog outside and incapacitate it outside somewhere.
Why are we talking about hurting dogs?
Yes, this is too far. This is such a good dog.
It's a lovely dog, and I don't like discussing it, but...
We're not discussing it, it's fine. The assassin is invisible to dogs.
Dogs are invisible to the assassin, yeah.
Both.
Yeah, don't you know dogs are immortal?
If the worst comes to the worst, all
dogs have 9 lives.
No, they go to heaven, remember?
Yes.
They are the goodest of boys.
Mm.
And girls.
Okay, so getting back to the point, which rooms am I going to alarm? I've done the bedroom.
You've done both bedrooms? That's spare room.
I'll go, but you have one more until I tire of this. I do like this, like.
Yeah, it's fine.
I try to catch both the windows.
Yeah, we can. I'll allow you to just do as many as you need to in like half an hour. Like do like
a speed run.
Bedrooms. Yeah,
just do around the whole fucking house.
Because it'll take you ages. Someone helps you. None of these. I say someone helps you. None of these people are really good at magic.
Slab,
like none of my NPCs are good at magic.
Slab and Maeve are both arcane casters, and I can show them.
Victoria helps a little bit because she is an Eldritch Knight.
Oh, you said she was a wizard, yeah, or she had
Eldritch
wizard.
Knight. It's not good, but it's just. I was gonna do a Blade Singer, but it made more sense to do Eldritch Knight.
I've realised I love Eldritch Knight recently.
I don't like it. It's just easier than.
I just thought it was okay, and then I played one in Baldur's Gate, and now I hate it.
No, yeah, it's not good. It was just more simple for me to do an Eldritch Knight than to make something complicated.
To be fair though, with the Eldritch Knight in Baldur's Gate, you don't have access to every D&D spell, so I think Booming Blade's not available.
You do miss some of the good ones, but yeah.
You know that cantrip and shit in Baldur's Gate, so.
But yeah, so you alarm the house.
That bedroom.
Mm-hmm. I alarm the house, so both entrances and the bedrooms, and then that's 3. I spent half an hour doing it. I can't.
You run out of magic juice.
Yeah, I really am.
The wave's looking real thin, big guy.
I wouldn't go through any of the big windows into the main foyer type areas because I think the space is a bit too open. And so that could lead to a little bit of a mess, whereas I can control the space in a smaller region. So those are the avenues I would take. Bedroom. This here, that looks like a ladder. Does that go up to the roof?
I don't know.
Or is that just part of the map? If that's part of the map, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's part of the map. That's what ladder.
So you have to like climb behind the sink to get up the ladder, or what?
It's where the attic is. It's just really frustrating. Yeah.
If they have a basement, I'd try and find a way into that as well.
There isn't a It's just this one floor with like the roof. So.
It's a bungalow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do that for half an hour.
Cool. And then, while everyone else is
ritualed out.
Talking and that's crazy for Atron. While everyone is talking and conversing, and unless anything else, the 3 of them, including the dog, will bid you farewell.
Does the dog have its own room? Is the spare room the dog's room?
Spare room is probably sometimes the dog's room. But the dog probably just sleeps like on the carpet in their room or something. The dog's very well trained. It's a very big dog, and Jordan is not a small person, and Thomas also isn't small, so they'd probably just like struggle. But like,
I wouldn't have my dog sleeping in my bed. They fucking look at you all the time, and then my dog tries to lick me in the face when I'm asleep. It's disgusting.
I loved having my dog sleep on the end of the bed. My old Labrador, because my parents would kick him out of his room, so I'd leave my bedroom door open. He would come in and just jump on my bed instead.
It's also very warm, so the dog probably wouldn't. It's fine. But yeah, so you all say your farewells to the 3 of them. The dog shakes a few times. The dog is very well
Can't
trained.
speak with animals.
Everyone loves the dog.
Oh, I'm gonna have to learn to speak with animals now.
And I'll transition us to the higher map. So I assume you guys are just going straight back to Victoria's house?
Yeah, really late now.
It is.
I'm just gonna do one last check of the shard. Is it doing anything free?
Huh?
Yeah.
It is rather late. Now, what's the quickest way to get to Victoria's house?
It's on the other end of the city.
It is.
It will take you a while. You go down through the temple district. I think this is the quickest way.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure on that. Does anyone else want to go to Fantasy Hooters on the way back? See if it's turned into a strip club in the evening.
No, thank you.
What about making sure Helene is okay?
Honest.
Oh, that's actually a much better idea than what I suggested.
Simon, get tits off your mind.
Well, no, I'm assuming that I'm assuming that Helene is. I'm assuming she's asleep. I don't know.
She could be dead. I don't know, Sudden. This is why I asked
if she was. To be fair, if she was dead, I think I would burst into flames because I would have failed in my mission to protect her. So, long as I'm alive, she's alive. Da, 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 da.
Is he?
It's fine.
Are the shrines obviously open 24/7?
No, but I think the one exception would probably be the moon goddess.
Yeah. But
shrine.
Is she there 24/7?
I think she's not locked in there, but
I think she stays there. They want to keep a close eye on her.
Now I feel fucking sorry for her.
She's not locked. She's not locked there.
Not locked in. It's just do you really need to go out?
Protective purposes. You guys.
Yeah. She's a very special woman. She has special powers that we don't fully know.
Takes one to know one.
So what kind of abilities do you think she has?
I don't know, but Neve says that she's very special, and
why did you say it like that?
It's very special.
Just to confirm, is Neve your imaginary friend or her imaginary friend?
She's not an imaginary friend. She's
both.
She's a real.
She's real to me.
She's kind of like that guy in the dream whose name slipped my mind. Erevan. She's kind of like Erevan, but for Celesta.
Dream, the woman of your dreams.
No, well, no, not really.
Technically, yes, but no.
Technically, yes, but no. She's the holy spear of light or something.
I think
isn't she part of the religion that you follow?
She's part of Gaz's religion.
I thought she was the moon. Sorry, this might be James getting confused.
This is James getting confused.
Okay, so alright, so Neve is the sun goddess person's.
Yeah.
Neve is
and everyone is the moon goddess.
Right. Spear of light.
Yeah.
Was a monk, chosen by Celesta, ascended and became some souped-up person.
I'm just thinking of the night song. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
So basically, buffed up knight.
Yeah.
But in the day, the day night.
The day night.
Yeah.
The light night.
The day man.
The night
man.
Good.
Helene is a cleric of Odaluna, but something happened to her a few years back. Then, and she has a wound.
This is
that looks like a spear
I remember
wound.
this bit. Sorry. So, which religion is it you follow, Sadden? I just want to get it right in my head.
I never really followed a religion. I kind of the temple I used to inhabit before I ran away after losing a fight was in fact Ophina's temple, but it was Neve who approached me, and so I'm kind of I kind of just followed Neve.
Are you approaching me? Sorry.
I follow Neve. Neve follows Celesta. So
it's like a celestial conga line.
I'm just trying to think of the same joke, actually. In my head, I was like, what's a good line of something? Yeah. No, I'm going to say it a lot worse.
So would you not pray to Celesta then? Were you inclined to pray?
I haven't yet.
Well,
every time I've done like a meditation and focused, is either been more introspective or more asking Neve for advice.
Well, we have a cleric of Celesta here with us today, in fact. Right now.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Yeah.
Here's a cleric I...
Kaz kind of does this. I spoke to her about Neve on several occasions. I've even kind of rubbed it in the face that I've had with Neve. All in jest, obviously, Kaz.
Well, no, it's more the praying aspect.
Can I do an insight check to see if it is in fact only jest?
Sure.
I was not expecting you to answer the positive.
It's just like
now roll well, 23.
Yeah, he's been genuine. He's just having a little bit of a laugh. He likes busting people's balls. Never means anything by it.
I knew it. Archron's ears perk up.
Balls well?
He likes balls?
Yeah. It's like a dog.
Are you double timing my goddess?
I just wondered, because you have your meditation with your before you described as like a wolf aspect of yourself.
Yes.
And that's changed somewhat recently.
I'll be honest, it's a little bit I've been kind of doing this. You may have saw when we were in the gardens, I was doing a bit of meditation, and I did offer to do a bit of guided meditation with you, but you turned it down, which is totally fine because I understand.
Totally rude.
Rejected.
No, I totally understand that you don't want to like talk to that thing. So that's fine. The meditation for me has always been a bit of a challenge. I've sort of been trying to meditate and sort of reconstitute my soul into a single entity instead of having a split soul of me and
all right, Voldemort
monster.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, I understand. You've been trying to bring them together. I wish that the difference, I think, is that I want to draw the line even more clearly. There's when you've made your previous choices that were not the optimal path.
You can just call him a fucking idiot. Don't worry about it.
We all make mistakes. It's just the ratio of mistakes to good choices.
Somebody continues to make them. Yes.
Well, you know, we anyway. But when
somehow
just about. But what I was going to say is, you it was you making those choices, but
yeah,
I don't think it was like it's that they're not making those choices. I think from the letter, the reason I didn't say this in front of Captain Jordan because of what he said about being led by the evidence, and no disrespect there. I think that's the right way to go, but there is something to be said about going with your instincts and your gut. I wonder if there is a pale assassin, or whether there is a curse of the pale assassin that passes from person to person, or something similar like that. Because of the rate these killings have been made, and how difficult it has been for some very competent and intelligent people to narrow the field down to a list of 0 suspects.
I have been thinking about this myself, and I know that's quite rare. But I've been thinking certain things haven't added up in certain locations, and the, like you say, the speed at which they're happening. It just seems very hard for one person to do. I think maybe a curse could be it. I wasn't thinking curse at first until I saw that letter, but what I was thinking was maybe a sect of assassins, in quotes.
Well, the reason I thought a curse, something that's passed from person to person, or maybe I'm gonna have to say it because I can't think of another analogy or metaphor, like a Sith master and pupil.
There's only two.
Yeah, there can be only two. Like one person who is like the leader,
the master, and the apprentice,
and they like picks new assassins, and they become the pale assassin, and it directs them. I'm sure there is another metaphor there, but
unlimited power.
Unlimited. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah.
Somehow the pale assassin returned.
And so that's what Archon suggests that as a option. But however, what is conflicting with that information is the fact that the killer of Priest Marina seemed to have been there for a few days. She clearly was trying to help them, which just backfired. But from what the letter said, and I don't know whether we should trust it, whether it's a red herring or is there to flat-foot us. But it looks like they weren't immediately aggressive. Forgetful, perhaps.
I have a weird question.
Go ahead.
Right. When I had that vision of the pale assassin where I was looking through their eyes, did I feel any of their emotions from that? Or did I just feel nothing? Like, could I feel if they were a bit troubled by their actions?
Let me...
Or would it just been...
Going back to read what I had written down. I don't think so.
Okay.
Archon's going to stop in the street and have an epiphany. And as he does so, the floating light just stops right above his head. Or like Mr. Bean, depending on how old you are. And he's going to I have had an idea. Could work, possibly. Siding would require your consent. And maybe dangerous, I don't know.
This is my middle name, but let's do it.
No, your middle name is The Wandering.
It's hyphenated. The Wandering is hyphenated.
The last name is a double barrel last name. Wandering Warrior is the last name. The is the middle name.
The is the middle name, yeah. Yeah, okay. So, in fact, are we back in Victoria's yet?
You're like 10 minutes away.
Okay, well, when we get back to Victoria's, I have had an idea. I've already had the idea, which we can do when we get to Victoria.
Yeah.
Bryn says, it's very cold. Can we keep going?
Yes, walking and talking, sorry. Okay. I suppose we're not going to see Helene. I'm sure she's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you walked past about like an hour ago.
We kind of got stuck in a conversation.
Yeah, okay.
You're stuck in the cutscene.
Yeah. So, what
after like 5-10 minutes, you do get back.
What we have is the dagger and this shard. And Poseidon, you have been known to act as a conduit to this pale assassin. And I know magic that allows me to share my senses via my Riod up there, and like Riod waves, and Porridge over there. I was wondering if you would permit, I could attempt a ritual spell that has never been cast before to see if we could force that connection open again, so we can see where they are now.
We can try.
I don't know if it's going to work.
I will say, when I got given the charge as an agent of order, a lot of the chaos kind of got blasted out of me. It kind of burnt my arm, my hand a bit. But we can certainly give it a try. Hey, Cass.
Yeah.
If I do this, could you tell Celesta that I'm doing this for a good cause and I'm not trying to go back to the chaos path, please?
Well, no, this is clearly a decision we're making, you know, to bring the chaos to an end. So.
Well, I think she already knows.
All right, we can try.
Sorry,
this.
what are you trying to do?
We're gonna try and give me another vision. To see
I've
if
got the
Gonna give
dagger.
him a chaos whammy.
I've got the dagger. I've got the dark shard. I am gonna try to. I'm gonna try and reverse Larry on this bitch.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Right.
Me.
Artron,
Well, you and
your
Sidon
plan.
specifically, because I'm confused and concerned.
Hang on. Okay, cool.
Hang.
I'll shit myself because the download's already finished. But my Wi-Fi seems to be working properly today. Holy cow! Took me sitting down. Okay, so the plan is to use Sidon as a divining rod for evil. So what I'm going to do is put the shard in his mouth and the handle of the dagger in his arse and see which way he points.
Can I not just hold on to them?
No.
I'm not sticking anything up my arse or in my
I was
mouth.
joking. So I would like to try to when we use the Archon's knowledge of magique and the
Whammy.
the Wimmy Whammy, to use Sidon as a conduit for picking out the. Sorry, my dog's barking in the background. It's really distracting me. Picking out the assassin. See if we can get a live feed.
Okay, so what happened in order?
In order, yeah.
In order, yeah. But trying to force it. If we need to wait until I have more spell slots, because I can't actually do anything. What
spell slots do you? How many spell slots?
I literally am down to second. So there's.
How many
if we find it, pardon? How many?
Yeah.
Oof, I think I got 1 second level spell and 4 first.
Okay.
1 level spell and 4 first.
Okay.
But if it's along, it won't matter. But.
Yes, I mean,
because if we get a live feed and they're outside,
hello.
I'm not giving you the help.
Sidon's the ring security cam.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Okay. So I'll say you spend okay. How are you doing this? That's probably a good question.
So this is the question, right? It's very late. It's like midnight, right?
It's good. It's like 11:30. Yeah,
11
it's
midnight.
late.
Artron is physically fine, spell wise absolutely as tapped out. I think I've cast more spell in this day period than I have for any other day, including rituals, arcane recoveries. Artron is gassed. His quill that he conjures out of the air is basically he's having to lick it and shake it to get any ink out of it. Porridge is just asleep, just like on his back, legs in the air, like he's dead. So what I would like to do is draw an arcane. Find a room that Victoria doesn't mind me wrecking.
That one.
Yeah, that. Yeah. So it's move the carpet, and then we're gonna roll up that. Draw an arcane circle covered in divination runes. Because we're trying to divine something, and that the runes are very generic. Archon doesn't have a lot of divination spells, so it's not an area of magic he's particularly well. He's as good as it is anything else, but he just doesn't have a lot of spells because he doesn't think they're very useful. So he's location. He's trying to remember everything he can about sharing his senses with Porridge and with the snow globe. And he's drawing this arcane circle round.
Snow globe actually a great descriptor for it because he's a frost elf.
So he's going to give Sidon the dark shard amulet and get him to hold it in the hand where he was burned when the chaos left him. Because that is as an exit point. There may be some residual fruit loops there. and then Archeron is going to channel whatever of his magic he can through the dagger and like stab it into the arcane sigils on the floor, which are like connected to Sidon via like magical links and stuff.
Okay. How many spell slots are you willing to use for this?
As many. I've got effectively 6 first level spells worth
Guidance.
of. If well, this is the thing. Like, I've got 4 first level and 1 second. I'm willing to spend all of them or wait till tomorrow morning and use it all in one. But it's basically what the party want me to do.
I assume you've got this ready, so I'm saying you can.
Yeah, I can just
let's do it now.
Yeah.
So I will say, I have a number in my head.
Mm-hmm.
For the pick a number between 1 and 10. No, so I have
20.
I have a number in my head. For as many spell slots you use, you will lower this DC by the spell level.
Yeah.
So if you want to use 4 first levels, I'll lower it by 4. If you want to use
a lot. I'm
how many is that?
So it's 1 second and 4 first. That's 6.
6. Okay. Can you, as you're doing this, make me an Arcana check?
Mm-hmm.
Cass did say guidance.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
A 20.
Yay!
Plus, that's a average roll. Ugh, 21.
Okay.
That won't change much.
Sidon. So you stab this sword into the rune, and you expend this arcane, your fumes of this arcane energy that you carry, and all of these runes around the two of you begin to light up, in various colors. As this is happening, Sidon, you feel where that shard is, specifically where the burn mark, it's not really a burn mark, but that's like where you were burned. You feel that begin to heat up. Can you make me a con save?
Yep.
Nope. Oh.
15!
Okay. So Simon, you grit your teeth as you feel this burning sensation begin to go from your hand to your wrist to your arm. And after obviously Simon, your eyes probably closed, you're tensing. Arshon, you can see Sidon is shaking. And you do take 2 points of fire damage.
I'm down.
I rolled. Just so everyone knows, I rolled 2d8 double ones. You feel this burning sensation begin to travel up, and you
acid reflux, you just burp and you're fine.
After you expend that last bit of magic, and these runes flare and explode in this white light. Can you make me another con save, Sadden?
Yeah. Here we go with the massive 7.
So now you take, that's a better roll, 16 points of fire damage. That's definitely a better roll. As your vision goes bright white for a second, and in just a moment, what is your passive perception? Because I know it's not awful, but it's not great, is it?
What, mine?
Yeah.
It is a 13, so it's
13.
about average.
Can you make me a perception check? I will still give you some if you roll lower because of your passive.
Yep. Perception.
Remember, you do have hero points.
We've expended a lot, and I took a lot of damage. I'll expend a hero point.
Cool. So your eyes flash this bright white, and even though your eyes are closed, you see white for a second, and you see, how do I describe this? You see, looking through something's eyes, crouching down, so how do I describe? I don't know how to describe it. Like your legs. I have the image in my head. Let me just see if I can find the pose.
Draw it.
Okay. I will try.
In detail.
So It's like, hold on, wait. I think I actually have an image of a completely random character that is in the pose I'm thinking of. Yes, I do. I draw too much. I will send this in general. You're in this sort of pose.
But this is not the.
This is not the person. It's weird that they also have horns and stuff, but this is completely separate from ages ago. You're in that pose.
It's your profile picture.
It is, yeah. Looking at someone that you vaguely recognize. The features are somewhat disheveled.
Is it someone that I vaguely recognise, or is it someone the figure vaguely recognises and I'm just feeling that vague recognition? Okay.
And the figure's like disheveled. And you've not seen them in person, but you've seen them in one vision and one memory. You vaguely recognise Oliver, hands bound in manacles. Not looking hurt, just looking tired and like haggard and hungry. And you look down and can see pale hands with sharp nails. And you look back up, I'm saying you, this person looks back up at Oliver. And you hear something very strange. It is like a gruff, almost like reversal of the voice at the beginning. And you hear from your own mouth this person say, "Where is my sister?" And the vision comes back, and you are back looking at Archeron, hurting.
Ow! I sort of, as I come back, I drop the Dark Shard amulet on the floor, just instinctually. Ow! Did it leave any burns in my hand? Is there like an actual groove where it?
There is like if you look, like the grooves lines on your palm, you can see that they are all red, and like the burns are coming out from them. It's like subsided now, but you can tell the burns came from like those lines in your hand.
Are you okay? Should we run that under a cold
Yeah.
Yeah, your hand is burning like you've just touched a stove.
It's fine. More important things.
Well, you use your hands to fight, Side, and let's run it under attack. No one's going to judge you for not enduring a second-degree burn.
No, I had the vision.
Yes, you can tell me about that whilst we hold it under cold water for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you all would have heard from...
this isn't like a secret thing, by the way.
Yeah.
I assume people knew what we were doing.
I'm just saying, you all would have heard, like, if Flood's not in the room, or, like, looking, you would have heard, like, that flash of, like, stuff, not exploding, but, like, almost, like, imploding, and, like, just, like, quickly making that, like, booming sound, and then heard, like, you know, silent, slight scream, and then begin, like, the muffled conversation. Like,
yeah, what are they doing in there, guys?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked is the floor?
The floor's alright, actually.
Okay,
there's like there's a few marks, but luckily there's a carpet that you can move over it. Victoria will never know.
That was there when we got here.
What we can do, son, so you don't have to stand in the kitchen with your hand under the sink. Just get a big jar of water, and I will keep prestidigitating it cool so it doesn't blister. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do you not want? Do you want the blister?
No, I mean no. I'm okay. I'll say okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Like a child.
I want the war wound.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to pick up I'm going to like gingerly touch the shard. Is it hot at all, or?
No, it is frigid.
Well, I'll put that back in my pocket.
What's
put
in
the
my
knife.
pocket?
Yes, and later I will see if I can carve bits off of it. It seemed to work though, which is pretty epic. I think I feel like a badass.
Yeah.
However,
you see it? I thought you were also.
I saw you. No, I didn't. It was you. you're the one who had the vision. I just wrote it down verbatim.
Oh, okay.
But,
yeah, no worries.
Yes, if we explain this to the gang.
Yeah, you see, as you leave the room, you see like the Scooby-Doo meme with all their heads stacked. Like, what the fuck?
But yeah, it seems to have worked. Is Victoria there with her?
Yeah.
Perhaps you should give her the good news.
I mean,
he's still alive.
He is still alive. Definitely good news, but he seemed a bit disheveled. He seemed hungry.
All right, Pot. Have you met the kettle?
I meant like disheveled, not by choice. You know.
Okay.
I meant like he looks like he's been through the ringer. He's been a bit not injured, but like chained up, not eating. The voice said there was a voice. Was it? It was a voice. My voice, not my voice.
Well, did Simon say anything? Did he say the where's my sister? No, okay.
It was the voice of the person you were looking for.
Yeah. It gets very muddled in my head when my vision becomes that of someone else's. So it wasn't. He's tried to recall it. So it wasn't my voice. It was their voice. They said to Oliver something along the lines of like, "Where is my sister?"
Did you, whilst you were seeing through their eyes, did you see anything about the room that could help us orientate ourselves? Did it have windows? Was it lit by torches? Was it lit at all? Was it lit from beneath? What was the shape of the room? Anything like that? Size of the room?
Did I get anything like that?
You didn't get much. The room was lit, what you could tell, by like a firelight, like a candle.
Okay.
And Oliver was on the other side of bar, like iron bars, almost like a prison. And the floor was wooden. The walls were like generic, like the Adobe play sort of thing. But I don't think you get more than that in that very brief moment.
Yeah.
That indicates.
Reiterate.
Yeah. That indicates that it is a room, as in part of a building. If there are iron bars, wooden floors, this is another safe house. Hard to say. It's dark. It could just be a room without windows. Obviously, you wouldn't want. It could be a room very high up. It could be. Well, there was perhaps it's a vault in the bank.
That's an interesting one.
Rooms. It's hard to say. We can't confirm with any clear indication they're within the city, but a useful exercise, I hope. And it's good to know that Oliver's still with us, and this creature is not just a machine for killing. It is capable of speech and conversation. I will try again tomorrow to reach out to Oliver and see if we can communicate with him. Now we know that he's here, but if there is an area of perhaps of anti-magic which is preventing him, perhaps like a sort of cage spell or something like that, or something that prevents my magic getting through. I don't know. I'll try to think of it more tomorrow. At the moment, I am. I think that's me for the day.
Yeah.
You say I had was 20. Oh, was 25.
Oh, nice.
But you lowered it to 19.
Smashed it.
So only just about. You're gonna play 2. Yeah.
Cool.
I assume you've gone in and told everyone that information, or most of that information.
Mm-hmm.
I will, before I do NPC reactions, how does you guys react to that, and the rest of you?
Yeah, that is very good to hear that he's at least alive.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds like, though, we best hasten.
Hasten, okay?
Yeah.
We better hasten to save him.
I'm going with that. But no, it's because you said like it looked like he hadn't been eating.
He definitely seemed a little bit skinnier than the last time.
So it's like, how long has he been missing now?
Oh god.
Like 3 days, isn't it?
Right?
About a week.
More than 3 days. I think it's been about 4 or 5.
So
Maybe
a week.
6. Yeah, I think just under a week.
Yeah, so it's like whatever injuries he's got, he's not recovering properly, so he's going to be very, very weak.
Yeah.
You see, Bryn says, well, speaking of injuries, son, do you need to your hand is burned?
It's fine. We're going to bed.
His hand's in like a jug, isn't it?
Yeah, occasionally just precedentated gold. Yeah.
I can.
He
do you need...
lifts his hand out and he just focuses his energy, and you see a load of key just
he flexes muscles and the bullets come out of his abs.
That fucking guy in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, you know, that weird Nazi guy with the hat. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean that Heil Hitler?
Yeah, Heil.
6. 6.
Bryn's just like, I can help.
And
We're going to sleep. Please, God, say we're going to sleep.
Yeah, I'm really knackered, so maybe we should just sleep
as you're
on this.
obviously mentioned that, you can see Victoria is just like, actually, I have a check made.
I'm actually fully healed from that.
Good for you. How many key points did you use? 6?
All of them.
I could have done that with a lay on hands as an action.
True, we're going to bed.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
You know what? Lucky I rolled it for a friend. I was gonna say, some of you noticed that she is like, actually I won't say it. You can see she's looking down at the table, like smiling to herself. Clearly, like, I knew he was alive.
I don't have to do any socializing.
Yeah. I was gonna say something to give. It's fine. She rolled double nat 20s on deception. That's insane.
Crazy.
It's luckily I rolled that for a nice person that isn't stabbing me. But yeah, is there anything you guys are doing before bed after that?
The last thing I want
you
to do
should
is
really
try
pray
to just...
today before you go to sleep. Just something to keep in mind.
What?
What was it? Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it.
She was saying for you to pray.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I may pray, may meditate. Same thing sometimes.
James, you can say something?
Yeah, Arch was just going to quickly put the shard on the table and see if the dagger is the thing that's been used to chop off the little sections of it. Like, just to see if he can do it.
Let me... 1 second. Yes. So you I was just double checking because I didn't want to get it wrong. You like have the shard and you use the dagger like almost like a butter knife. And it's an apt thing because it goes through this shard that is like relatively like very difficult to break. Like Sidon can like feel any give to it. But with the knife, it goes through like butter, like smoothly, and leaves a clean cut.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to, for my own curiosity. I'll just, and if anyone has any opinion on this, I'm going to let all the pieces reconstitute and then put them in the jam jar in the water to see if they like point any particular direction. But even if it was like jumping out of the jar, it'd still be like someone else can deal with this now.
That's like I'm sleeping. I'm tucking out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I assume you guys are all heading to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the
Yeah.
tiny hop.
Yeah. So yeah, you all
Simon's sleeping out of it, yeah?
His arse is, yeah.
you all huddle together in your tiny hut. Oh yeah, so in the middle of the night, side you feel something, you get pulled out. No. Just 'cause it is-
Nothing of importance has been lost.
Nothing. Wow.
Just before bed, Cider will try a nightly meditation.
Please forgive me.
And what he would do is, in the meditation, like he normally does, he'll bring up. I'll spend my last key point to do this because it's funny. Bring up my astral visage, and he will actually sort of go. Neve, I don't know if that searing damage was because of the me doing something with this chaotic action, but it was for the greater good this time. There was I'd still want to I'm not falling off the path again this time, honestly.
No matter what you roll, there will be no response. But can you make me a persuasion check?
Okay.
Nat 1, you die.
Yikes! That's 10.
Cool.
That's average.
Yeah. So there is no response.
Yeah.
But you continue meditation, and you can press the long rest button.
I was gonna ask,
yeah.
While Sidon was doing his meditation, can I fuck with him? Because he upset Maeve today.
If you want, yeah.
She's gonna cast darkness on him.
Uh-huh.
Just send it on him.
Okay.
And then just walk off.
Well,
I was stuck between darkness and levitation, but if I made him
levitation could be
levitate,
funny.
yeah, but if I made him
boy.
levitate, he'd think that he was doing it with his fucking key, and then he'd get a big head and be like, "Guys, I can
Yeah.
fly."
Yeah. So, Sidon, you do your meditation, and I assume your eyes are closed while you're meditating.
Yep.
And you probably do it. It's probably like at least 15-20 minutes.
Just so he opens his eyes and thinks she's made
yeah.
him blind.
So you open your eyes. I can't see. Where am I? Yeah, you're blind. But
That happens when the goddess of light forsakes you.
that's true.
Yeah.
It does get dark.
Oh,
Or either gets dark or really, really bright.
this is kind of a problem.
Imagine we just hear him walking around like bumping into shit in the other room, like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Son, you
Yeah,
might get a
and
slight
then-
bit of a nosebleed.
Sidon comes out with those like black goggles on when you're like blind and the
He's
stick.
wearing night vision goggles.
Like a white stick.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Maeve has got to stay up for a little bit just before.
How long are you concentrating on it? Yeah, that's a
is the last
point.
10 minutes or an hour?
10
I
minutes.
can't remember.
10 minutes.
Cool.
So you were like at the tail end of my meditation.
Son, can you make me a perception check? With disadvantage applied.
Disadvantage?
Yeah. 11. It takes you 9 minutes to get out.
if anything longer than 5 minutes, I'm just gonna fall asleep in the dark.
Okay. Yeah, you're looking around.
To have being
and-
an adventurer.
He like sits down, accepts the fact that he's now blind, and then wakes up and he can see. And he's like, "She's blessed me."
And for anyone who is keeping track, it would have taken you 9 minutes. As you would have got out, the darkness would have vanished, so you would have just been like gaslighted into believing that you're just stupid.
Keep going.
But yeah, so you all long rest. I can press the long rest button.
It's James, like, yes.
James, do you want me to take another break?
No, it's only been half an hour.
Okay, cool.
I mean, yeah, if you want to do half an hour,
Just
it'll make my job real easy. But no, it's fine. Don't worry.
Cool.
Every 15 minutes.
Yeah, every 35 seconds would be ideal.
That would take you so much longer.
All right, we'll do it. Optimum time is like an hour to an hour and 15, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It's fine. Cool. But yeah, so you guys can pick your spells for those who do, which I believe is Sidon. No, sorry, Archer and
Yeah,
Cass. I don't know.
yep.
Sidon
Right.
all of his spells.
here's the question, right? Okay, and then Archon would come to the group with his spellbook open and dump it on the table. He has a relatively loaded spell list for like damage at the minute. Do we? But I can lean more into.
And I will say, because you guys went to bed late, you probably do wake up at about 8-ish, probably.
Yeah. Do you want Archon to build in? Like, do we think today's the day we're going to fight a bitch?
I have no idea.
No idea.
I'm always
very
inspired
possible.
It, so.
We'll call it like 9.
9-ish. Okay. First things first, right?
I mean, you have me on the team, so fighting a bitch is definitely on the cards.
All day, every day.
First things first. I'm going to try to contact Oliver.
Yeah. You get that same fuzziness that you got before.
Awesome. And the second sending that I do, what did Cassian want me to? Yeah, what did casserole? Fuck me. I've been so busy this week. My head is boxed.
Casserole, salad dressing,
casserole, and Alex ham sandwiches. What is he wanting me to send to his Dragonborn buddy Butler?
Oh God.
If you just want to figure it out later,
I will figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Conversation between those two is completely up to you now. Like Archeron's done it and says, right, I've said
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I've messaged. I've spoken to Alex. He says he's very well. The house hasn't burnt down. We've only been gone.
Yet.
And then he tells us how long we've been gone because we actually don't know how long we were gone.
God, it's been cool.
A week. So it was, I think it was like the time was equitable, wasn't it? It was about the same time.
Same.
Yeah. So we've been gone this amount of time. He's fine. Says the weather's reasonable. And he's trying out new socks.
Dragonborn socks.
Missing you lots. Hugs and kisses. Alexander sandwiches.
I don't actually think he has a second name that I know of.
So, guys, do you remember how I said I was ready for combat today? Already, I'm not.
God. So you do that sending. You start picking your spells. Maeve, sort of as everyone's waking up. Probably you've been about for about. You started to have breakfast. About 9:30ish. You get a message from Nyx. Who says, "Wow, that's a lot of people. I'll be here for a bit, just working on some things. Good luck. I'm always here for you. Bye."
Oh God, now I have to respond.
Don't have to, but
It's true. Just leave her on bread.
yeah.
Delivered. Maeve would say something along the lines that I'm trying to figure out how to word it because I know it's only a certain amount of words, but
25. But if you go slightly up, that's fine.
Let me think of it.
Okay, cool. It's funny because with the amount of like stutters with Nyx, it's probably not 25. It's probably more like 35. But it's fine.
Does sending count stutters?
Clearly not. Clearly not. Otherwise, she gets so many less. She gets so much less done, and she already gets very little done. If you want to think on that for a minute,
I think it would be something along the lines of we are on the trail of the serial killer, Wish's Luck. Should be with you relatively soon.
Okay.
And then at the end, just yes, prepare yourself. Some of them are a lot.
Cool.
XOXO.
How dare you call
That's
Draco?
four
That
words.
1 word or 4, yeah.
That's 4 letters, 4 words. But yeah, so you.
How dare you call Draco a lot? He's very quiet.
Hey, no, listen, I wrote a letter, and I actually made the letter and sent it to Asher, and it was a description for each person in the party.
Yeah.
And you guys don't know what it said, so
bitch about all of you.
Just go outside.
Well, I have a very good idea of what you might have written for Silent.
I
don't
mean,
know. I think your opinions changed since yesterday. I don't know about.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you can guess what I wrote about Silent. This was like I say, like 2 days ago.
This was the first day in the thing in Pyro. But yeah, so you begin to pick your spells and go about your morning. Depends how long do you guys want to stay? Like, what's your plans? It's probably 9:45 by the time everyone's like up and about.
Something we discussed last time is me maybe casting Remove Curse on the shards and dagger, just to be sure. Do we want to do that now?
I don't think that's really needed.
Really?
Bit late now. We've already used it.
Well, it may be worthwhile if we want to get another live view onto the assassin tonight, perhaps if my plans haven't come to fruition. But if in between now and then, I mean, I don't like to be passive. Perhaps there is, if we head to the Golden Lotus, perhaps there may be some. There was a jobs board there. He kind of indicates his not lack of funds. I think Archon probably has more money than anyone else at the moment, but I want to spend it desperately. So,
okay.
I could always use more diamonds.
I want to spend it on fun things.
Hey, diamonds are forever, James. Yeah, so you will get. I was probably, yeah, we'll say it's like 10 by the time you've all eaten and like, let's go. And you guys start walking to the Gilded Lotus, the Gilded Bazaar area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just gotta make sure.
Yeah.
They mentioned to obviously Sapphire the Seer.
Yeah,
because I've just checked my notes. You actually had sent me that name before. Was one of the ones identified that Archon was like on his list of celebrities to bug.
Oh, on his list of powerful people.
Yeah, powerful buddies. Yeah, that he might be able to like sweet talk spells out of.
Well, you probably wouldn't. But you know that the captain's trying to get a conversation.
I mean, I could cast Sending and then be completely fucking useless.
Well,
no, it's fine. I'm not going to use my fucking last third level spell to send again, unless people really want.
Yeah, so we'll say you guys start walking to the bazaar. It takes you about half an hour to get there. And yeah, what are you guys doing? What are you buying?
What are you selling?
Is there a magical shop?
There
a spell shop.
The magical shop is here.
There's a few, like you can buy magic items from like Gilded Goods, which is like the Gilded Lotus shop essentially. You can buy like potions from Salves and Sundries. Phoenix Anvilworks will do like armor. If you want like books and like spells, the Golden Tomes or Discovery of the Dunes, which isn't in this area, is probably your best bet. Or if you want to just general weird magical knickknacks, it's the Enchanted Emporium, which is very far away.
Where's the Golden?
So you went to the Golden Tomes, which is the place where you did all the research. Which is on the way if you want to like, I'm gonna go here for a bit while they're shopping, or you can just like everyone can go there. It's on the way. Not on the way, but it's only slightly to the side.
Is the way, if that's the place for me to get like magical spell.
That would be the best place.
Yeah, Archon can slope off whilst I examine spell lists.
Okay. Okay, so Archon goes to Golden Tomes. Does anyone go with him?
Yeah, I can go with
With.
because I don't really have to buy anything. So
I have no money, but I also don't do books, so I don't know if I.
Sounds stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Sandwich with words.
Why
Because
is Sen so
follow.
fucking big?
Well, I just did it because if Archeron's there, that's Porridge, and if Sen's here, that's Maeve.
Okay.
So just to like identify two different groups.
It's always, and I love that we got the two pets as our
I know.
identifiers on the big maps. It's great. I'll follow Drac and Archeron and see what happens.
Okay. So I will say, so I think Brim would also go with you guys. And while you're walking, Bryn would say to you, Drac, by the way, this is a weird question. Do you have a spare magical sword or weapon?
Yeah, I think I do. Let's check here. Yeah, I do have this dagger, and I'm gonna show her the dagger of wounding.
Mm-hmm. Because they say I don't actually have a magical sword. And if you use it, that's completely fine. But if I can, that would be great.
Yeah, well, I only got 2 hands, so
You say put the next one in your teeth.
that would be cool, but no. I don't think you allow that. Though.
We don't want that. We don't want that because he would get lost constantly.
That's true. Do you mind? I don't have. I probably use it offhand just in case.
Yeah, just one thing that it might take some time getting used to if you're not used to like handling knives, but I'm sure you can.
That's all right. I can.
Get a hang of it.
I think I can figure it out. Thank you.
Yeah, so I give her the dagger of wounding.
Because I was looking, I was like, Bryn doesn't have a magical weapon. So I was like, just in case.
So I'm deleting it.
Yeah, I got it. That's fine.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So the 4 of you go to the Golden Tomes. Golden Tomes. I will just ask the other people who I've realized it's Maeve, Cassian, Slab, and Cass and Victoria.
Cass is following me.
No, wait.
Didn't you say?
I don't know.
Guru, where are you going?
Nowhere.
Guru wasn't listening.
I thought that I just with the rest of the
library
party.
Or
Well, we have
are you library or
That's
shopping?
why I'm asking, because they split up.
I'm library.
Okay, so God, it's Maeve, Slab, and the other NPCs. So I will just ask, because I don't know if you guys actually need to do anything, like Maeve and Slab.
I think it's just a waiting game now, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you doing anything? If not, I can just say everyone goes to the Golden Tomes because.
I was window shopping. I don't want to do any
Cool.
more reading.
I mean, the only reason I suggest it is because I literally just want to get some new spells. There's nothing really. I was perfectly happy to say that like Archeron legs it back and like comes back half an hour later with his pockets substantially lighter. But
that's fine. I mean, I don't think anyone has really like shopping to do. So it's.
I do have some questions about what people would think would be useful, like because I'm just looking at this feat I've got. Words aren't working today. For what's it called? The piss off the speedy shape changer thing for the there. So transmutation, casting 1 action as a bonus action. Additionally, spells you can choose to cast another level spell as an action, ignoring the 1 spell limit. So I don't have many transfiguration spells, but you know what? There are some really good transmutation spells out there. You know, a Shardalon Stride is transmutation, and a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking awesome. So I've just been looking at these. Some of the options are now.
I would say you can find most spells from 1st to 4th, or cantrip to 4th.
Okay.
Well,
how would that work for buying like cantrips? I was going to ask this because as a wizard, my spell anyway.
You can't learn cantrips, I don't think, because
no, I can change my cantrips once a day.
Yes, that you can do. Yeah.
If you want to give me more cantrips, I'm happy.
No, I don't want to give you more. 1st to 4th.
I also
There's no cantrips. The cantrips are out of stock.
Yeah, I also think that you can't like add a cantrip to the I think the game physically doesn't let you learn them.
Yeah, you can't like.
You can delete them and then re-add a new one for the change, but you can't add new ones unless you get something.
Fruity do people want to get with battlefield control? How wild do people prefer to go? Because I can now cast Rope Trick as a bonus action.
What does that spell do? I've never seen it used.
Basically, a pocket dimension.
Yeah.
Pocket.
Weird.
That you can pop out of, and I can chuck spells out of, and then go back into it.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Mm-hmm.
I would
say
what
we could actually do as well is you do the rope trick, and I do wall of fire around the entrance.
So it's basically a portal gun.
Yeah.
But one spell.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Yeah. So I'm looking at rituals primarily because they increase my spell list without I'm prepared. But Ashradalon Stride is a really good one.
It's a very good spell. Is that third?
It's third. Okay. Right. We've never used this thing. I'm reluctant to get rid of it, but I've never used it, and I need the money more than I need the thing. The Dragon Vessel. How much would I be able to sell that for?
Oh.
It's just we're just.
Terrano was not prepared for the question.
It's uncommon, isn't it?
It is, but it levels up with character.
Yes, I know. I know you're trying to sell me on
could be very rare.
James, please stop. I would say you could probably sell it at a normal person, not a collector or anything, for I would call it 250 gold.
That's a lot of spells for me.
What I was gonna say is that Cassian is willing to put in some gold. He has 130 gold on him, which is the extent of his funds. But he's willing to put in at least 110 of that to something if it's necessary.
Well, it's just the thing is.
It's a free healing potion every day.
It's a free healing potion, but we've had it for ages and I've just never used it. I think the only time I used it was after a fight.
Well, I don't think that's the item's problem.
No, I just don't. Either it's not sat with the right person, but I can heal now with magic as well. So, with Wither and Bloom, if I bother to prepare that, I'm just let me think about it. Other people do stuff for a bit.
Yeah, you could.
I don't think anyone else is doing stuff.
Who is
sorry,
the melee fighter.
The Wizard Dilemma, right?
Maven and Cassian walk off to go read Smart.
Sides in the corner.
And it's a religious type, the one where it's my love for you is only second to my love for her, or something like that. It's just religious.
I'm surprised that we're allowed back in this library.
That's a good point. It's fine. It's a different
I'm a member.
No, you're not.
It would be the only guy that's not allowed in is Kong.
The last guy quit.
Slam.
The last guy quit.
Yeah.
No.
Well, why are no allowed in?
Because you put all the books
backwards.
in different order and backwards.
No, not all the books, only the mystery section.
It's like an escape room.
Mystery.
Yeah.
See,
Let me just have a look, see what I can do for. Sorry, I should have looked at this in the break. Sorry.
Simon goes in and he pulls out a couple of books, see if anything catches his eye. He doesn't read often. Doesn't really catch his eye.
Do you get picture books? Simon, you get asked to leave. Excuse me, if you're throwing books, you're going to have to leave.
Didn't throw a book. You got.
I watched you throw a book.
Run.
Pocket sand, and it does nothing. It just says pocket sand.
Oh my god, I just thought of something. Is the second... Because I've said before that this book that Maeve has, that she's, obsesses over, is, a 3-parter. Does this library have the second part?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I said maybe Cassie walk off to read Smart. That's just what they end up reading. They're like, oh!
Yep. She's gonna pick up the book, the second... what's the fucking word I'm looking for?
The second volume?
Volume, thank you. She's gonna get the second volume, which she's not read yet, and be like, oh, Yes.
Two of them start like fangirling.
Why are you cheering?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Cassie starts waving his arms.
Oh, part 2. Do you have part 1 I can read?
Yeah, I imagine you do.
Artron does, and there's like probably a few copies in this library.
Yeah.
Maeve's
just gonna get Maeve's made like a fantasy book club.
Yeah. Silent, do you leave?
Oh yeah, he leaves after he just verbally says fuck and doesn't even do anything. He just walks out.
Cool. We'll just say like
we're not with him.
We'll just say like Victoria Bryn just like sits outside with you attuning to the dagger.
Right, so there are 2 rituals I can get for the money that I've got, right? One of them is water breathing, which is every day as a ritual I can make sure that none of us ever drown. Just nope off drowning out forever. And the other one is unseen servant or floating disc. I mean, I can afford both of them, but like I think I'm just spending it for the sake of spending it.
I'm not a fan of floating disc, if I'm honest.
No, I don't like it either.
I'm less of a fan of Unseen Servant, though.
Yeah, I don't like it either, if I'm being honest. We don't really have issues with like encumbrance as a group, do we? It's never really come up.
I'm never gonna.
No.
Unless someone's carrying something that is like, it's just very heavy. Like,
since I have a bag of holding, that's not gonna come up. So.
You can just hold what the bag of holding holds. So it's kind of redundant. The other one that is on there that I don't have is Feign Death.
That's an awful spell.
I can't, for the life of me, think when this is useful.
It's never
only lasts for an hour as well.
It's awful.
Yeah, if it lasts for 24 hours, maybe.
It's maybe one of the worst spells I've in D&D.
Yeah, okay. Right, Archon is going to cough up 75 gold for water breathing and then spend, what is it, 4 minutes?
Well, you have to get the scrap.
Yeah. Okay.
Levels
third.
It's not going to be 75.
It is.
You have to buy the scroll from the people.
75 gold. Yeah.
No.
It is because of when I buy this. But we had this conversation. Like when Archon buys scrolls and stuff, it's half the normal price because of the Order of the Scribe subclass.
I hate it. I'm gonna call it 80 because I'm petty.
Okay. Cool. Hey, Cassian, can I borrow 5 gold?
No. I'm reading smart.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
I've got 100 anyway, it's fine, I can afford it. And that also includes the ink and stuff to scribe it into my book, which takes me 4 minutes.
Yeah, you don't need ink, right?
Well,
I need ink, but it actually, the subclass rule doesn't actually say it doesn't get rid of the cost, which I think is stupid. It's so stupid.
It's implied, like in a really fruity way. But I mean, it's
you're implied in a really
yeah.
The quill doesn't require ink.
I'm implied in a really fruity way because, like I've mentioned before, like because we live near a water treatment plant, we have a lot of, and like the Mersey, we have a lot of issues with flies, and they've been driving us around the bend for the last 2 weeks because of the hot weather. And my record was Wednesday when I killed 5 flies in one day.
Wow.
Just in my office, right? They just
maybe James the Pale Assassin for flies.
And so I literally and we've bought like one of those green like magnetic net door things. So the dog
I know what.
Yeah, they're really really good. So I've got it there now, so the dog can get in and out, but the flies can't.
Those
get in.
like. When you leave it, it's like click, 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 click,
click, click, click. Yeah, really satisfying. So I was stood there for like 10 minutes early, just opening and closing it because my ADHD has been terrible this week. And like Helen went the other way, and she's gone like biological warfare, and she's bought like pure citronella oil and has just lathered the house with it. And I don't mind the smell of citronella, but Jesus, I can taste it in the air.
Listen, right? This is going back like ages ago, like almost a year ago now, but I had where the back door is, where the dog comes in and out, I had a bin bag out the back door, and there was a point because he will sit with the back door wide open and just like stare out into the garden because he can open the door on his own. And I don't know what happened, but a couple of flies must have got in. And there was this point where I walked out into the landing, and there must have been about like 20 flies, probably more, in the hall in my house. Ooh. So I like bolted over the road to go to Asda and got like 2 tins of fly spray, and I was just standing in the hallway like ninja spraying all literally massacred a family of flies.
Oh, fucking, they're horrible things.
But the problem was, I didn't put a face mask on or anything, so I was just inhaling all of the fly spray, and then I sat down and I was like, oh no, and I was like lightheaded and everything. I had this horrible taste in my mouth, so yeah, bad idea. Don't use fly spray.
I'm going to smell of it for like days. It's like, you know, when someone's cooking with garlic.
I mean, it's a worse smell.
Yeah. With citronella, there are worse smells.
I like citronella.
But I can every time I talk, I can taste it.
Listen,
but, like,
flies
do you know what?
bother me, but fruit flies are the worst thing
gross.
ever.
So
they
horrible.
piss me off so much.
These are like, I don't know if you guys have played Fallout 3. Remember the bloat flies?
Yeah.
Little versions of the fucking bloat, like blue bottle horsefly.
Yeah.
Horrible. Kill them all. This is why I don't mind spiders, right? I'd far rather have spiders than fucking flies. I was trying to teach the dog and cat to like eat them. That's how bad it's got. I've been trying to like giving the dog a fucking treat and a fly in the same bite because it's pure protein.
Oh,
and
God.
so I'm like, the cat is just completely disinterested, but the dog is too slow. Anyway,
yeah, Maisie used to try and bite the flies.
Dottie does as well, but she's so little she can't get very high off the ground. So when they fly off, she gets really annoyed. But what was I going to say? Oh no. It's gone out of my head. Oh no, my mum works obviously with the back door open so the kids can play outside, and it means that all day, every day, these big flies just fly in the house. So I'll just be like walking around the kitchen, and there'll be about 7 of them just like swirling around in the kitchen. And I'm like, this is awful. Can we not get like a fly net for the door?
Yeah, honestly, it's like £6 from Amazon.
Exactly.
Hey, it's not it for your birthday.
It's not for me. Don't buy it for mum.
Anyway, what do you guys
redacted. No, but yeah.
So I've added that into my spell book.
The water or something.
The water breathing. Since we're all here, and we're like just loitering around, guys, guess what? We can't drown today. And
we're in a desert.
We are literally on an island surrounded by water. Like, just look out the window. Look at the map.
It's a good view.
Yeah, look at the map.
How deep is the river?
Yes, and what
how
about
deep
the
is my love?
200 miles outside of that?
It's not. Like you could drown. You could drown in it. Like,
okay, I was about to ask. If you wanted to, could you wade through it? Like,
no.
Could your feet touch the bottom as you're talking?
No, we've established this is like a lazy river, so I'm imagining like 4 foot deep.
No, like parts of it definitely gets like deeper, like especially like this like lake section. There it'd be like near the middle, it'd be you'd be further down.
Yeah, but it's fine. Archeron is now a little bit lighter in the pocket. So would if there is a consensus and a short quest we can do whilst we wait for a couple of things to materialize, because James doesn't have really a plan of what to do today. I was unless we want to go around every single building that potentially has bars in it.
You want me to change your opinion on what you're going to do today?
I mean, yeah. Without outside influence, Archer was like, "Well, I know there's a job board in such and such a place. Let's go and see if there's something we can do in 25 minutes to earn $1,000 each."
Yeah. So you leave the Golden Terms and begin to walk towards.
You see Sidon outside.
Yeah, you see Sidon and Brent just sitting there.
He's got his astral visage in his hands, just.
Haha, you got kicked out.
Oh, because you weren't inside. You can't breathe underwater.
Great. Oof. Good luck, Sidon.
He opens his eyes and puts the astral visage on before making it dissipate. I don't mind about not being able to breathe. Just I'm good.
Sidon's kinky like that.
Do we even say anything to him?
We're just we've come up with a new party name and everything, but you can't join us now.
the Watermen.
What's the new party name?
No, I was joking like that.
The Watermen.
Water breathers.
Oh god.
Mouth breathers.
Fish holidays. As you're
seaman.
as you're walking, towards the Gilded Bazaar, the Gilded Lotus. After you learned water breathing, you cast water breathing as a ritual. You hear a high-pitched ringing in your head, Archeron. Followed by...
It's the tinnitus.
Yeah, I hear it all the time. Followed by a voice. After like half a second maybe, that says, "I don't want it. Do you know who I am?" Maeve, you also hear a little bit of that.
Oh.
Can we respond? Can I respond? Can she respond?
Your alarm's gone up, by the way. That was
clearly.
yeah.
Thank you.
And the magic. And yeah.
What was it they said? Sorry. The voice said?
I don't want it. Do you know who I am?
Oh, so that's presumably the shard, but we can't respond to it.
No.
Okay.
I don't want it.
Because that's presumably the shard.
So that's why they've broken it then. What if the shard had something to do with what we assume is a pact or something?
Well, I don't think. Well, I don't
So
identify.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, only
only
Archeron and heard. Archeron heard all of it. Maybe you heard like a faint bit of it.
Okay, so it's like someone walking past.
Yeah,
you
you. It's like
and they were
silence. What? You're just like walking. Archeron, you hear all of it. Maybe you hear a little bit of it, and then they just start talking, and everyone else is like, what?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't want it. Do you know who I am?
Yeah.
And it wasn't sending.
No.
Let's suggest we get to the Desert Rose.
So maybe share with the group instead of just talking.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes,
so the alarm's gone off. I heard it wasn't sending. It wasn't message. I heard. I wonder if it's through the shard itself. I don't want it. Do you know who I am? But yes, if we presumably will want to get to the Desert Rose, I should probably tell Captain Jordan, shouldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
That's.
Well, I hope we don't need to cast Firewall today. Sending. Wait. Fuck it, no. I'm going to send Porridge with a letter.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to mention one more thing. This is because you're mentioning sending it. There is one other person you might want to know.
Victoria?
Sam.
I'm guessing.
Samael, yeah.
Yeah. Victoria's with you.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, yeah, right.
You would. Samuel would have
are.
told you that they stay in the Gilded Lotus area. So
Okay. Do I have it? Thingy.
We need to get like an amulet of sending or something, so we can do it like a certain amount of times a day.
If I can let them both know, but I will be down to second level spell slots.
Well, you can send one of them a letter, which wouldn't take very long because obviously you're in the city. And
where are we?
You guys are where Porridge is on the map.
Okay, and where is Samael?
Samael's likely Gilded Lotus, Gilded Goods up here.
Okay,
and actually, you would know that the captain's probably in the barracks, which is right behind you.
Right, so we go to the barracks and we tell him in person, and we could do sending or a letter to
we need
Samael.
to get here in 2 hours and get there within 2 hours quick enough that we can get people out and get But the problem we don't know if
I'm just trying to save you spell slots.
Yeah, no, I get it. But what I'm saying is, I don't. It took us an hour to walk from.
It would be, if you were to walk relatively quickly, it'd be about half an hour.
Well, why don't we send some people to tell them and we go? So because we have a lot of NPCs.
How dare you?
Yeah, that's your point. Yeah.
So we could send.
Yeah, Victoria can go to Jordan, maybe.
Or I could go and tell them I've got a horse. I can be there real quick.
That's true.
Just see. Let's see.
But don't you have to spend the spell slot?
No, it's a ritual.
So it takes 10 minutes, or?
I can cast it in a minute if I need to. I mean, if we're going to meet them...
who's the quickest? Cassian would be the quickest out of the three that I...
Right, so we send Cassian to see Samael, we send Bryn and Victoria to the captain, and then we head to the Desert Rose. That seems like the best thing. And then we're all together.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if they can't rally the troops in time, then
can we just?
Well, we told him yesterday what we were planning to do. If he can't rally the troops in time, he can't rally the troops in time. And also, we don't know.
He said he would get a few people placed there. He said it would be very difficult to, get rid of everyone.
Also, remember, we've invited them there. This is not an ambush or a trap. This is us inviting them.
No,
if they even come.
I understand that, the whole we're inviting them there thing, which is why I'm a little bit if I'm just speaking if I was invited to a place and then saw someone setting guards in that place, I'd think it's an ambush.
I never said that we should set guards. I simply said that we should get people out in case it does turn.
Yes. Perhaps then we don't need to tell them, and we can just hope that it is
I don't think that would. I think it's fair that they know. What they do with the information is up to them, but we can't keep things from them.
Yeah, I just hope that this doesn't turn into a fight, because I would rather not fight this man or whatever it is.
I mean, I don't mind if we end up in a fight, but I'd as well.
Yeah, but that's you.
Well, if we head there now, we can ask. There are things we can do. I can send Porridge up and the Snow Globe up to keep an eye on who is and isn't approaching, so we won't be able to be snuck up upon. We can be prepared for the worst, but anticipate a perhaps potentially a civil conversation. I don't know.
I have no problem with having a conversation with this person. I'm just saying we don't know them. I'm not going to start a fight. Looks at Sidon.
I went for the first punch this time.
I'm not going to start a fight. I would like a discussion. I'm just saying that if we talk to them and they get agitated or angry and flip, as we know they do, because we look what happened to the priest, I don't want people around to be hurt.
No, you're completely right, mate. The other thing is also, if we do end up getting into a fight with them, we need to not kill them, because we don't know where Oliver is, and we don't want him starving to death in the room.
That's fine.
I say so. That's not fair. That's to all of us, but yes.
Okay, where are you going? Where people
to the Desert Rose.
Okay, all of you going there.
We're sending Cassian to get Samael, and we're sending Bryn and Victoria to get Jordan.
El Capitan.
El Capitan. Cool. So what I will do...
Whilst we're walking, can I do a check to see where that sentence has come from? Because it isn't sending it, and if I can't respond to it, it's not a message either. Though Archon is puzzled as to how that's arrived in his brain.
I'll say make me an Arcana check. It's a pretty high DC.
Pretty high DC is my name, baby. That's 27.
27. You can't be sure because obviously you didn't see what happened, in where the spells were. But your assumption is that you sending, with the magic mouth and the alarm, that is obviously a bit of magic that is linked to you intrinsically.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the sense that this response was likely a brief connection to the caster to you, because the person who spoke to you has just been affected by a spell you've done, if that makes sense. You can't tell you don't know why, it doesn't, nothing in your mind immediately goes to a spell specifically, but it's almost in a way a reaction sending or a reaction message to being affected by a spell from a person, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. I know what you're trying to say anyway. I think Archon's confused, so that isn't how the spell works.
Spell.
But yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Special DM magic.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said
so.
It's some bullshit.
Yeah, literally. I said so. So.
How does that work? Some bullshit.
DM.
God.
So 1 second. So you start walking. It's now just you guys, without your NPC HP pool.
While we're walking, I just before we get there. So, what is the plan to clear the punters out of the tavern? Because
We don't
I have
know
an
if
idea.
So hang on. So let's just clarify where we were here. Right, we spent 2 or 3 minutes gas bagging. We were here, spent 2 or 3 minutes gas bagging.
Yeah.
We know that the assassin was here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are about equidistant.
About equidistant.
Yeah.
There is no way to tell whether or not they're already in the place, unless we
Yeah.
see them when we're in there. So we said specifically the back room.
Yeah.
I suggest that we very calmly and quietly inform the barkeep what's going on, and I mean, we don't want to cause a panic, we don't want to cause a rush, we don't want to start talking to random people because we don't want to drive them away.
Yeah.
I suggest we just inform the barkeeper, let him make his own decisions, and we sit in the back room as we said we would.
Okay.
I have an idea.
If that okay.
Um,
Idea.
Okay, Slab,
Yes.
you're very musically inclined. How would you feel about playing very badly to the point where you would drive people away?
He doesn't have to try to do that.
I would try to be subtle about that, direct. To be fair.
I'm subtly awful at
Well-
music.
I didn't say it in character, so
I'm just thinking an easy way to get people out is to have somebody go up on the stage or the, and play very loud, obnoxious, awful music. Because I know for a fact when I've been in somewhere and the bard is not necessarily a bard, I've wanted to leave. So that could be a way to do it.
I will say from my time in more dingy bars, kind of like the Desert Rose in the Dunes, drunkards down there, like there's a bar that I used to frequent called the Anchor. It's an absolute shit show. It's an absolute shit show in there. The bards are terrible, and they do.
I hear.
And it is very bad.
Did it make you want to leave?
Made me want to leave personally, but the drunk punters down in those types of taverns, they love it. So, sometimes.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Really
But it's also morning, so I doubt that people are going to be that drunk.
You'd be surprised.
Is a question though.
I could give a sermon. Nobody wants to hear religious talk when they're drinking.
That's a
Good
good
point.
one. That
In the
is-
name of the Lord, our Lady Solicitor.
We
What
have
Lord? Who are you
Slab.
talking
There
about?
is there's slab, there's sermon, and there is one more option. But this will
I
be
was going to
the
say as well, but before, is the stage an open thing? As in people
Yes,
can
it's
go...
an open mic
Yeah.
night. But what I'm going to say,
Open
I'll describe. So you head back to the Desert Rose, and things are as normal. You see Roswell, the fire genasi, serving drinks with some food, with some people enjoying like midday
Oh
meals.
my god, this guy.
And you can see, as per request by Captain Jordan, you can see there are 2 guards visible but not obvious. There is one of them is just at the bar.
Is this the same map as before?
I remade
It's
it.
different.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say,
different.
yeah.
I knew you guys were going to come back, so I just remade it to make it better and add the back bit.
Is this one having a Tom Tit?
Yep. See one guy by the back room, just sitting drinking idly, and there is one guy in the toilet, but you can't see him.
You can hear him.
Can hear him.
Orbis?
But yeah, as you walk in, you do see You do see the guy by the back room who's like drinking does give you all a nod as you walk out.
Eyebrows.
Yeah,
there was a third plan if all else failed, and this is the Hail Mary. I could activate my boom voice and just...
Well, we don't want a rush or a panic. That was
that's why that's plan Z. That's the last plan if we can't get punters out.
How long does it take us to get there?
About half an hour.
Okay.
Like you're like going quick.
Yeah, this is gonna sound weird and a little bit selfish, but I'm gonna take Archon is not gonna help with any setup. He's gonna sit down and eat a sandwich and have a drink because I'm gonna get a third level spell back.
Okay. Take a
burning through these spells.
Yeah. When Maeve told Side check the back room, so he's just sort of like.
Yeah, it's mainly not to be cruel, but it's mainly so he's out of the way for this bit, so he doesn't scare the shit out of everybody.
Yeah. So you go to the back room.
And that was genuinely that was just a last ditch effort if nothing else worked.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So you go back to the back room and it is just empty. There's the chairs in there. A few candles on the thing. Yeah, nothing.
I'll put my head out and I'll just sort of stand outside in the back here.
Just keep the door open and watch the window. You know they like windows. Okay.
Well, I've
Slab.
I've got porridge and the book. Like porridge is like every so often I'll go into the book around porridge. Like moving
can
about,
people
so
just place themselves where they are, just so I know?
Well, yeah, I would probably be like here.
And failing that, Cass will be following me onto stage for the religious sermon.
Is Archon the only one in the back room?
Well, I was going to say this. Do we want to like swarm?
When I checked the back room and it was empty, I decided to wait outside the back room just to be on the safe side. Because I didn't want to be like sitting there waiting.
Yeah, but you would probably have seen Archon go in.
Don't remember though. I it's very, unless I'm being very stupid, it's very difficult to lock Archon down. Like even if he's blinded, restrained, silenced, I can still without any worry get away from that immediately. Like it's very hard to lock him down completely unless you kill him in one. You can't even kill him in one hit unless you're doing.
Yeah, I probably
86 or more damage.
Be in the room with you for.
Yeah, but don't you have that resilient thing?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So even if you hit
it'd have to be minimum 2 hits.
Yeah, minimum 2 hits. I can reaction get
2 very strong hits.
Yeah, 2 very strong hits, and I can reaction get like reduce the likelihood of that happening. And then as a bonus action, even if I'm blinded, paralyzed, restrained, all those things, I can still get away. He's a nightmare to lock down.
Okay.
When did we have the last audio break? I'm not being stupid.
It should be alright. I'm not gonna go for too much longer.
Presumably, it's not gonna be a massive fight.
I'm not doing that. So you all sort of begin your setup. Slab, what are you
doing? Choosing to fail.
Okay.
Basically, what he does is. He's literally going to outtune every instrument he owns.
Can you?
I roll a performance check.
Does he like wits as he does it?
Can you roll me a performance check with advantage? The higher you roll, the worse it will be.
Yeah.
Accidentally rolls a nat 1 and it's beautiful. Like people are weak.
How did this happen?
There we go.
No, that's not with advantage because I forgot to press it. But
yeah.
Right.
25. Okay, with a 25, you play some truly horrific music.
Anyway, so here's Wonder.
Here's Wall.
Wonder.
And you see Roswell, the Fire Genasi owner, like goes to start moving to be like, what the fuck? But the soldier who's next to him just puts a hand like by him, and you don't hear the interaction. But like he calms down, and you begin to see a number of patrons leaving. Not all of them, but a number of them leave. So the 2 over here stay because they are far enough away, where they still hear it, but it's not an immediate earshot. But a number of them do like walk off. Oops, I just delete them.
I'm gonna
say
nod to Cass and then nod over to this big table so that Cass comes and stands on top of this big table and starts doing a sermon so she's closer to them.
What, here?
no, on this one.
On
The
this
other
big table.
Oh,
here.
there. Okay. Yeah.
one. Yeah. So
Oh, you need some religious music for that one.
Can you
I'll be away.
give me a religion or performance check?
Can we please just have Peru just do what he thinks will be a sermon? I think that'll be so funny.
26.
26.
And it was on that day that Her Holy Majesty graced the world with her holy light.
Yeah, so the remaining people. You're on 25 and 26, each of you. So these people leave.
You know what the best thing about that one is?
What?
They were both at 18 rolls.
Yeah, you see those people leave. The only people who don't go out, this guy leaves. The only woman who doesn't go out is this one, who like goes back upstairs. But this is also like an inn with rooms. So, but she does go upstairs, and it's Albert, and this guy who also goes upstairs. But yeah, the bar is empty, other than you guys, Roswell, the cook in the kitchen, and the knights or the guards.
Maeve's gonna do like a psst and like bring everybody huddle up, guys.
Oh, Cass is still doing her sermon. She's not stopping.
Oh, it's still jamming.
She's a little bit too into it.
No, so Maeve, once Maeve got everybody near enough that they can hear, she's gonna bring up what Archeron brought before of the not being like an ambush. So maybe some of us sit around on separate tables. We could look like patrons, and then we choose one or two of us, probably not one of us in case it does go tits up, but to talk to this person. So that when they walk in, it does look like there's people, because they don't know what we look like.
We don't know that.
It's a risk that we have to take, really.
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, it's good. It's a risk we're willing to take now because we've emptied the whole pub.
I won't suggest talking. I'm not a good talker. We all know this. But
no word good.
Look, every time I've tried it, you guys have left me to it, and it has led to a fight. And that's not my fault. I give people ample time to interrupt me whenever I've been making a fool of myself, and people just let me keep rambling on. It's not my fault.
Yes, because we'd like you to learn from your mistakes, maybe.
What mistakes? I think I'm doing good.
Yeah, maybe this isn't a good time to
You've
take
literally
this.
just said that most
Maybe-
of them end in a fight, and you think you're
Hey,
doing
everyone.
good.
Focus on the task, please. We can do this later, okay?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. But I will say, I kind of want to be in the room. If only because I've also had demonic influence and maybe have some knowledge, not a lot, but just a little bit to add to a conversation with them.
Yeah, so maybe like you and Archie, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone fine with that?
You see the door.
Let me cast Death Ward on someone.
Artron.
The team Marine, the dog.
Why would he get it for free? Don't worry about it.
Me.
Oh, I'm casting Death Ward on Silent.
Yeah,
Okay.
The glass cannon per se.
Yeah, so as you're
Or the
casting, you're casting Death Ward, and you're planning. You see from the back door, you see Cassian running, sweating because he's been running for the last fucking ages.
Oh right, he can sweat now.
way more than half an hour. He's been like not sprinting, but going almost quick as he can for like an hour 40 in the desert.
Jeez.
Did he almost forget that he's not a vampire anymore and thinks he can like make those
Yes.
those runs and then it's just like
You see,
shit.
he comes in. One second.
Like leaning on the table.
He just like grabs a drink, comes.
Someone needs to work on the cardio.
I
See
would
now
love
when
to.
I cast water breathing because I don't know how that works if you're trying
I
to
don't
drink.
know. Oh
He
god.
was. He was there.
Breathing at the same
He
time.
just as Slab's like somebody's working code. He's like, I'd like to see you. Oh god. Okay. Samael is outside.
Did they run as well?
Yes.
And are they as gassed as you?
I don't know.
See?
I could have given you my horse if you'd have asked.
Well, you said to. He hands.
Cassie's never been more flustered.
Yeah. He hands you, Archeron, a scroll. With the symbol of House Desdemona
House Atreides.
clasping it. And I will just send the image because I got a cool one in general. And he says,
oh, nice.
Samael
Pretty metal eyes.
said you wanted a scroll of major image.
Oh, yes. Oh, wonderful. I wonder if I have time to scroll write it into my book. Martin takes it. Pardon?
No, I'm just muttering to myself, trying to figure out what else he has to say here.
Oh, right. Archon's going to take it off him. Wincing is caught on his hand, but he's takes it off him and starts major image. Is this a good one to like? I know this has been given so I can cast it right now, but I kind of want it in my spell book. I'll hold on to it. I'll see if I can get away with not casting it, and then I can just keep it.
You can see that also, sort of like as you open it, obviously there's like the clasp with the like a note, which is written in Elvish, and I know at least one of you can read Elvish. I know Maeve can.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So anyone who can read Elvish will read. I'm watching. If they run, I'll stop them. Which is presumably Samael waiting on a roof or something. Kazin says, "So, what's the plan? I'm very tired."
To meet them and talk to them and hope they show up, like Maeve said.
More specific, where?
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Where are we all?
Oh no, we're going to go. Well, we're going to suggest that we don't ambush them. We're trying to figure out who would be best speaking to them. They would have heard my voice when I set up the alarm and magic mouth. So I could be there if you would like. And
I was thinking about also going into the room. Due to the fact that I've had previous demonic dealings, so
I like how Cassie's moved to his own table. I just imagine look at when you get a stitch, you feel like you're going to be sick.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah.
The thing is,
I mean that's a lot to run.
the thing is, who's Archon talking to about a plan?
Everyone.
Oh no! I want about because who asked the question? Because it was Ashley who said it. Because in my head, kind of, Archon's explaining, and Cassian just walked off after I said that question.
No, he's just sat down.
I know, but it was just the fact, Archon was in the middle of saying, he just decided just to walk off to sit down somewhere else.
He's listening, but he's just got his hand up as he's trying desperately not to vomit on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm not used to this.
You want to be a vampire again? I'm sure we can.
No, fuck off.
Cardio is hell. It is the worst of all of the.
My cardio's fine. That was just a lot.
Yeah,
it's very warm.
I would suggest.
Shut the fuck up.
He rises, so he's for the heat.
Yeah, that's true. Slabs never felt warm.
So I would suggest that we don't. There is no way to ensure that they don't know what we look like. So I would suggest that we keep it to a friendly minimum. It's not an intervention. We don't want to be intervention at them when they come through. I know some people have been watching Only Sunny. That's one of my favourite episodes. The intervention Frank. But they
he gets interventionized.
They get intervented. And so I would suggest that we keep it to a minimum. And we don't sit next to each other. We sit kind of. We can't sit fireball distance apart, but we can sit out of melee range of each other. Yes, that's what I would recommend. Would anyone like to volunteer?
And
Volunteer is
And
tricky.
wipe some blood off his hand onto his trousers.
Silent volunteers to do whatever.
Maeve's just down to do whatever, she's needed to do.
Well, I would love if people were decisive.
Yeah.
What Slab would be doing is obviously make it seem like it's more. You know how he's on stage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He won't be performing, but he'll be like setting up a set.
Mm-hmm. Okay, to make it look like he's doing something. Yeah.
Yeah, as in like just because obviously it's quite early in the morning. It's just like quite early in the day in comparison to
Actually, tune your
drinking.
instruments this time.
Yeah, yeah. As in like he looks like he's getting ready for an event later on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so if people can place themselves where they want to be. So Archeron's in there. Sidon is Sidon going to be in there as well?
I'm going to go in there, but I'm going to wait outside first. Maybe kind of as how essentially kind of acting as a sort of kind of like bouncer, but not like aggressive. I don't know how to explain it. Kind of like kind of like Archeron's the Godfather, and I'm basically the guy lets him in. So essentially, when they come in, I'll open the door and just let them in and follow behind them. That's what I'll do.
I will. Maeve will come in purely because of the charisma. Because it might help to have a high charisma in there.
You've got that John Hamm charisma.
Yeah. We've got that riz that we need.
I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on you, May, so you have advantage on charisma.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so it gets to the 2-hour mark. Bryn and Victoria haven't come back because they are not as fast as Cassian and they've had to, get people.
They're having a cup of tea with the captain. He's already told them, I've already got guards in place.
And those outside, so everyone apart from Maeve and Archeron, at almost exactly the 2-hour mark, somewhat off, you see walking into the bar like a faded purple-looking tiefling with like black sclera eyes and black sclera and like tired orange eyes, slightly matted hair, wearing like a red overcoat and a dusty grey shirt. I'll just do this. I'll just make the image slightly bigger so you guys can see it. I'll send the image I found afterwards.
That's a cool image, though.
Yeah.
You see, she looks sort of nervous. Like, anyone looking closely, like they're shaking a little bit, and they're like picking their fingers are picking the skin. And after
with a code word to
and
I
after
can see this. I've got my spellbook and porridge as well. So
after like a breath or two of standing by the door, you see they gulp and begin to walk slowly towards the room at the back.
As she gets to the room at the back, Sidon will stand up, and it would be respectful for the first time ever.
Make a performance check.
No, it would just be like, excuse me, I'm Sidon.
The doorman.
The doorman.
I'm your first challenge.
The back room is off limits for regular individuals at the moment. There's a private gathering in there. Are you expected?
You see they very shyly nod and make like a mm-hmm.
I open the door and let them in.
Mm-hmm. They very nervously step in to see. So you both see the person I described.
As they get in, are they taking the chair right in front of them? Or
they're not sitting down yet.
Yeah, okay. I'll wait until they get further into the room before I come in, but I will have the door open still behind.
Yes, so they step in and don't say anything immediately. But obviously, Archon, you see, and maybe both see this purple, sort of faded purple tiefling. However, Maeve, you do see with like each slight movement that they make, there is like, the best way to describe it is like a darkened after image, like almost like a shade, but from within the form of this person that moves like half a second after they do.
Maeve's gonna
only Maeve
like,
sees this.
yeah, Maeve's gonna like paste a. I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Like, not a condescending smile, like a soft, like welcoming smile almost, and just be like, "Please take a seat."
We have been expecting you.
Yeah, literally. She's got Sen
My
and
wife
she's
and I saw
stroking.
you from across the bar.
No, she's stroking the cat and she's like, well.
That's what side I wanted to avoid.
You see they nod, and like move the chair and sit down in like this chair here.
We'll come in and move to like this. Probably one of the further chairs. Yeah.
Sounds like a
so
job
probably
interview,
one of the further
yeah.
chairs.
Just a good idea to be near the windows.
And you see, or you hear this person say, I got the message.
Well, that was my message. I'm Archeron. You, in your message, weren't quite sure who you were.
I am Layla, I think. That's what I have people call me if I knew people.
Layla, I'm going to ask you if it's okay if I cast the spell Detect Magic whilst we talk, just to see.
I can
see
do
this.
it for free if you need me to.
Well, that's fine. I can also do it for free. It's just I wanted.
Oh, I thought you had to spend it.
I wanted Layla to know what I was doing before I did
That's
it, because you've been. So Artron's like twisting his fingers as he does normally under the table, but he's like kind of missing. He's got this big cut on his palm that he's missing, and he's like, and I want to say, Layla, you've been very, very brave. To come here. Obviously, you don't know who we are, and it can be difficult to put yourself into this position. And hopefully, if we all, have a nice conversation, we can maybe help you find your sister. Is that what you want?
You see, as you say it, the eyes like she was like looking in your direction. The eyes like she snaps to you as you say it. Yes.
Well, there are a few things that we need help with. If you'd be willing, we could maybe mutually benefit one another.
Of course. Yeah, of course. With the Detect Magic, whichever of you cast it, you can see there is an illusion on her.
Now, Layla, there's the spell that I cast, Detect Magic, shows me everything magical in the room. I don't know how familiar you are with these, this kind of magic. Do you know that there's an illusion covering what you look like?
She nods her head and says, "I know. I did it. People prefer this over what I look like."
Well, we're all friends here. If you want to be yourself, then amongst friends is the place to do it.
She very she touches her neck slightly, and like shakes her head, and you see the hair move as she does. And you watch as she does this, the form changes into that of a white, slightly pink-skinned tiefling with bone white horns and red tips to them. She has a pale red band, like a face marking on the top half of her head. White hair is tied back, and the armor she wears is like a matte, like dusty, dark grey with like straps and metallic parts to it. Around her neck appears to be what looks like a collar with, you can see the final piece of the Dark Shard amulet on it. You can see her nails are long and sharp. She carries no visible weapons, and I will change token and send you all the image. Yeah. I love this image. I've had it for so long.
That does look very cool.
It looks awesome. Am I in it? Have I seen it before? I don't know if I've seen it.
I don't think I've sent it to anyone before, so... And you see...
Have you not had it like hidden in the background somewhere at one point?
No.
No.
Unless I did it accidentally. You see, she says, "Is this what you wanted?"
Well, it's not really about what we want at the moment, Layla. It's what we can do to see if we can get what you want.
Can I make a check to try and get a better look at this shadowy thing?
Mm-hmm. I would say make me a investigation or perception, your choice.
Perception is higher.
Can I also stick while you're in here?
You can't see it.
Oh, right, okay, sorry.
13.
Wait.
It's difficult.
I'm gonna add my...
talisman thing.
Is it a D4?
D4, yeah.
There you
17. So you're looking at this, and with a 17, this definitely has the same sort of appearance as one of the shades that you help. However, it is like, it looks intrinsically attached to Layla. And it's very difficult to get a proper look at it, because with every move she makes, it moves like half a second after very quickly.
Yeah.
But you can tell it follows the same sort of form as she does. As her form, sorry.
I don't know how to word asking if she's aware of it. Like, if Maeve was to say something along the lines of, "Do you know that you have an entity with you?" That makes sense.
It does make sense, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that then.
You see, she looks to you and says, "I think so. He's always with me."
And do you know who he is?
You see, there's like a nod. Yes, I know who he is.
Do you think I'd be able to speak with him?
There is like the eyes go wide.
Archon's gonna like,
and she shakes her head.
That's okay.
Is this one that's with you? Are they the one that give you your power and your talisman, your shard?
They say the shard. She just holds the one bit that she has on the collar. Yes, he gave it to me. Gift.
Yes. I'm going to turn to Maeve and say, I think it's the patron we spoke about. Probably don't want to bring them here.
Do I get the impression that they're already here, considering I can see them?
I think if there was like a demonic patron here, I think you would all know about it. You get the sense this is like
the aura spell effects, kind of.
Yeah, you, like maybe the startings of, or like the hold that it has on her, something like that. I would say if there was a demon lord here or something of that strength, you would know about it. Everyone would know about
we've got detect magic up on,
Yeah.
Is it kind of similar in, like, obviously on a much stronger level, but is it kind of similar to when Sidon got the chaos mark in his hand, where there was talk and there was a suggestion that the longer I had that, the more power I could have accumulated over time? Is it a similar type of process to that?
Possibly. It's hard to tell, but possibly.
Okay, I'm going to put forward an offer, and I'm going to say, we have a few questions, so if you would like to do it this way, where you can ask us something that you want to know, and we'll do our best to answer, and in return, you answer one of our questions?
Thinks about it for a second. I don't mind. I just want to find my sister and know who I am.
I understand. We will help as much as we can. I'm not sure if the things that we know will be of great use, but we will do everything we can. So you can start. Is there anything you'd like to ask?
She sits back slightly, not relaxing, but not sensing immediate threat.
Mm-hmm.
Thinks. Who are you? Why are you talking to me?
Well, I'm Maeve, and as you know, this is Archeron, and you met Sidon. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Yes, go ahead.
If I may, well, the reason we're talking to you, obviously, well, we'll come to it in a moment, but Sidon and I, ourselves, have had moments of outside influence, pushing us to do things we wouldn't otherwise do. Well, and it's not a pleasant thing to see anyone else do that. And when we read your letter, it struck me as you sometimes find yourself doing things that you don't want to do. And so we're looking to help you stop doing those things. If that makes sense?
Mm-hmm. You see, she nods as you're talking. I just want to find myself, and there's a shrug, like a defeated shrug.
If you let me, could I cast the spell Identify on you to see if I can glean anything from that spell? Perhaps you've been your memory has been modified, or something else along those lines.
You make me a persuasion check.
Can I help?
Probably not.
If you, I would say no, because.
Come on, Archeron.
If you roll low, it's not going to be there's no negative effects, but she just will be no.
15.
15. She's all right.
Okay. Now this will take a few moments, because I used my once a day free ritual cast earlier. This is going to take 10 minutes, so get comfortable.
While Archeron's casting that, Maeve's going to step in a little bit.
Archeron takes out his federal boob inspector hat and puts it on.
No, Maeve's going to be I'm gonna do this anyway, and if you want me to roll persuasion, I 100% will. But she's gonna say, obviously, we know that you are searching for your sister.
I will just mention every time that like the words like your sister are mentioned, there's like a slight twitch.
Yeah, that's fair.
To like her demeanor. And you do see when she does like twitch, as I mentioned, the shadow for like half a second gets bigger and then dissipates. Well, not dissipates, but like returns. Keep going.
And I can tell that that's very important to you. It turns out that we have a friend who is also looking for their brother, and we believe that you may know where he is. What was his name?
Oliver.
Oliver. Does the name Oliver ring a bell?
She thinks a second. Oh, the paladin.
Yes.
He's fine.
He didn't seem 100% when I saw him. That was... I've just want to see a reaction when I mentioned that.
You see
evils from Archeron when you say that. Like,
you see, you also get not evils from her, but like she was looking at Maeve. She looks to you, and then that just like snap. Like her movements are very quick, and very snappy. Like she was looking at Maeve, looking relatively calm. And then as you said that, her head immediately tilts and looks to you. Archer, like, obviously she has the horns, you have to like move back slightly because the horns, but
Simon's got his fingers interlocked with his thumbs on his chin, and he's just resting his chin in.
Like fucking Mr.
Hands.
Burns.
Oh, God.
Yeah, kind of like Mr. Burns.
And see, she does that and then looks back to just like the table and says, I assure you, I've not hurt him much.
I know it can be difficult when the emotions take over. None of us here are saints, and we're not here to judge. I've accidentally killed someone myself, and I've mentioned about losing control, and I've attacked my own friends. So rest assured, we do speak from experience. But do you want to stop? Do you remember what you did to Marina? She says, kind of like holding his head back a little bit, so she can slap it off.
You see, she like looks down at the table, like defeated, like head held down. I remember them all.
And
afterwards,
did you want to do those things?
You see, she shakes her head. It's the only way I can remember.
Can I? Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, is that what you were doing in Marina's room? Is that the ritual you were trying to cast to help you remember?
She nods.
Can I just when the similar thing like Sidon was saying about the mark that he had, this like shadowy essence sort of thing, I couldn't see that on Sidon, right?
No.
Okay, so can I?
I only had it for a day, to be fair.
Still, I think it would have been, I would have been able to see it if I could have seen it. The fact that I can see this one is kind of odd, so I'm gonna like lean back in the chair, and while Archeron is speaking with her, just gonna like quickly get Sable on speed dial and be like, "Hey, girl," just basically ask Sable, "Why can I see this, and what is it?" To see if Sable has any.
That's all in your head, isn't it?
Yeah.
Loud, yeah.
You hear the response from Sable say, Well, I think we tracked down the strong spirit that I couldn't place before. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure. I don't know. This is like nothing I've seen.
I know I've tried before and it's not worked. Can I try and talk to Gethin?
Or is it out of office on?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on his off day.
Is he in a meeting?
He's in a meeting. I don't think that... Not quickly enough.
Okay.
So I'm still casting Identify, and what I'm doing is very, like, slow movements. And I'm, like, putting this... so what Archon does, as I think I've said before, when he's casting Identify, the pearl he uses, he does that kinetic juggling that David Bowie did in Labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of fumbling it a bit because his hand's fucked up, but it's like still casting it on there. He's gonna say to us, obviously you don't want to do these things, but when you do them, do you remember anything, or what does it? It doesn't feel good, does it?
You see, she thinks for a minute at that question and says, I sometimes remember, but not all the time. I just have to deal with the aftermath.
So it's like somebody steps in and does these things, and then you are there afterwards remembering what happened as if you were watching.
She think more or less.
I know no one's done this yet, and I know I'm casting a ritual, so do feel free to say no. But can I insight her?
Yeah,
because she's a warlock, and not to cast aspersions on our warlock. These sometimes be tricksy little devils.
17. You hint. So far, she has not said one word of a lie.
Okay, that's fine. Well, what I'm actually looking for is, I know she's reserved and stoic isn't the word.
Monotone.
Browbeaten, I think, is probably a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah. But is there any? Obviously, she's picked up on Sister, and when she realised that we'd been able to break into a CCTV camera, she was a little bit knocked off.
CCTV, her eyes.
Yeah. Is there anything else that she's reacting to in a particular, in an interesting way? Because Archon's pussyfooting around the main. He doesn't there's questions he wants to ask, but he can't ask just yet because she's so. It's just, she's so sad that he doesn't want to ask it. But is there anything that's
kind of why his silence here.
Yeah, but is there anything that she's reacting to, say for example when he's casting Identify, it's a spell of touch. How does she react to being touched?
The first time, and if there's a pause and then another touch, she twitches. And you feel the skin, a bit of her skin, I assume, her arm. It's slightly, I guess, cooler is the right word. Sort of like how Cassian was when he was halfway in between, if that makes sense. He had some of that warmth to his skin, but he wasn't, alive, if that makes sense. Sort of like that. And each time you do touch, there's a twitch to her arm. And she's just not used to physical touch.
I have a question. You mentioned that doing what you're doing is the only way you can remember. Could you give us an example? Remember what specifically? Because you've tried to find who you are and your sister, but have you got anything of a past life or anything like that back?
She thinks, sort of debating what to say, and she says, when it happens, I get flashes of memories from long ago.
Do you remember the orphanage?
She very solemnly nods. I do.
Were you in the orphanage?
Nods.
Is that when this started?
She.
Did you start the fire?
At May's question, when it started, she shakes her head. It started longer than I know myself. And no, I didn't start the fire.
It was always burning since the wheel's been turning.
That's we didn't start the fire.
Where have you been for the last 5 years?
Hiding. Alone. Together. Somewhere. Here. Everywhere. I don't know.
Would you be
And what?
willing to tell us where Oliver is?
He's... She looks around and points in like a direction. He's in a cave, I think. I don't want to harm him.
We'll send porridge off in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
One thing go on.
Sorry. Can I ask, why is it that you, even unconsciously, do you know why you haven't harmed Oliver compared to the others?
I think he knew that Oliver was important to me. He to finding my sister. So.
Why do you think that Oliver knows your sister? Have you seen them ever together? Do you know
She shakes her head. I thought I think my sister's a paladin, and he was a paladin, so...
Okay.
Do you know your sister's name?
Well, I think we might be able to show... Would you think you would recognise her if we showed you her?
So there's two things. Sister name, she shakes her head. James, what did you say?
If you saw her, do you think you would recognise her?
I think so.
I'm going to show her Mel.
Melanoe.
From Crown Top.
Mm-hmm. Mm. As you do, she turns to take a look at you, and there's this immediate look of recognition.
No!
I fucking knew I recognized. So here's the thing: I actually can see family resemblance, and I knew there was something about her that was like, I recognize her. I know I recognize her.
Guys, how many purple tieflings have we met? 2. One of them was in disguise.
Yeah. Genuinely, I was like, there's something about her that just seems so familiar, and I can't place my finger on it. I knew there was something.
The person who wouldn't get this would be Periphalon.
Yeah. You see this look of recognition on her face, and this like very stoic, quiet demeanor. Not shifts, but she smiles, and you hear her say, "Yes, that's It's her. How could I forget? Do you know where she is? Wait, how do you know her? Why do you know her? And there's a slight bit of anger in those last few words.
Well,
He's a friend.
Mel's a friend of ours. She's one of the was there when we all met for the first time. Her name was Melanoa. Does that ring any bells?
She nods, and what I will say is, as she's looking at Archeron, maybe you can see that shadow growing as she's looking more agitated, or emotional, I guess is the right word. And in that, yeah,
reach out and put my hand on hers, just to, try and calm her. Just the kind of breathe kind of thing.
You see, you put a hand on her arm, and she snaps it away and screams, "Where is she? Where is she?"
Well, we will tell you.
Calm down.
Well, no. She's her emotions are her own, and they are.
Maybe you can see that shadow is
Yeah, I need to communicate that with Archeron, but I can't do it because I can't do message.
It's not growing anymore, but after that shout, it is behind her.
Yeah, no, I imagine that thing is the thing that takes over when she's mad and kills people.
Mate, what I'll do, I will send you privately the image of what you see standing behind her, as she is in this moment, just in your chat.
So we can help you if you want us to. If you would like us to, well, I don't know if we can bring her here. It's a long way away, and if we were to take you to her, we would need to make sure that the people we were taking who were along with you were safe. Would that be fair? Would that be equitable?
Yes, but you're avoiding the question.
Not avoiding.
Where is she?
She's around. She's near here. Very much like when we asked where Oliver is.
I can show you where Oliver is.
And I can show you where your sister is.
Tell me where she is.
I don't know exactly.
You see her hand begin to twitch and move.
Now,
more.
listen.
She turns and you see venom in her eyes.
Yeah, I'm gonna stare back. I don't care. I've seen shit that you Maeve's seen shit. Okay.
I know. I'm just describing what I'm just
She's
describing.
giving the look back. Maeve's gonna say, "We can't help you if we're dead. So calm down, and sit down, and let's talk about it."
Can you make me persuasion?
Yes,
outside of the room, do we see
persuasion or intimidation?
Or...
Either one. I'll give you advantage.
But I already gave.
Oh, that's true. She already has advantage.
26.
26? She slumps a little bit. You see that shadow not return to normal, but lessen.
Is it still standing behind her?
Slightly, but definitely not as imposing as it was. And you see she goes to sit back down.
I will say that if it looked like she was going to strike, Sidon would have been poised to just spring across the table.
Can I say that
as she sits back down, Sidon will stay on guard, but also lean back into his chair and sit back down?
Feel free to say no to this, but can I say that I kept Sable on, and Sable would have seen that too, and does she have anything to say about it?
This isn't me, the DM, not giving you information. I don't think Sable knows.
This is demonic and...
This is
Yeah, but I don't understand why Maeve can see it.
And neither does Sable.
Neither does the player Tyranno.
I do. But I will say, you guys would have heard the shout from...
No, the door's open, isn't it?
I think the door was closed, but you guys definitely would have heard... If anything, you would have definitely heard her shout, "Where is she?"
Should we go in, or...?
I think they handle it, because I don't hear any, shouting.
We just hear the shout. What do you mean?
If it came to it, you would have seen again.
Yeah, I mean, you hear one shout and then just quiet.
Yeah.
I think we would have heard it.
Yeah, we're dealing with an assassin. One hit, one kill.
That's 3 people.
That's the whole thing.
3 people inside there.
One hit, 3 kills.
I'd also say prepare ourselves, like move a bit closer, but not barge in, because that might trigger something.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Sidon had the thing, how did he get rid of it? Was it cast doing
cast removed curse?
Right. Okay.
And it exploded and did damage to everyone.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm just thinking, is this not? That's not going to work for this, is it?
Well, it's the same as your warlock subclass, basically, similar kind of thing.
But it doesn't seem like it. I don't know. It's been happening. It's been happening since before she can remember, and she had it when she was in an orphanage, which to me implies that she's had it since she was born. I don't know many warlocks that. I mean, it might be a thing. I don't know, but I don't. But I thought you had to make a deal, and babies can't make deals.
It might not be her that's made the deal. It might be her parents. She's a tiefling.
That's what I mean. So surely it's more of a curse than.
I feel like it's the patrons giving these anger spells, as in like it's just it's just that sort of magic. So in my head, kind of removing curse wouldn't get rid of that, because it's literally you're trying to sever the bond between the contract.
Okay, the next question I have
and I
for
put
her
so much
is...
effort into preparing it today.
my next question for her would be why are you trying to get rid of the amulet?
Yes, what was that? Why were you been leaving pieces? I can't figure that out.
She, still looking tense, says, I just didn't want the gift. I was scared after each of the kills, and I wanted to get rid of them, which might be why he's stops.
Would you like me to send your sister a message?
I paused. I paused, but as you said that, she immediately go, yes, please.
Okay, I will. I'm going to send her a message to tell her that we've found you, where we are, but from you, I want you to promise me that you will come with us, not cause a fuss, because there are some people out there who are very, very, very scared of what you've done, and they want to see you pay for it, and I've been afforded a second chance that I would like to give to you, but I can't control their reactions if you try to run or attack them.
She nods. She doesn't say anything.
Archer's going to kind of relax and start casting Identify, because I doesn't see the point anymore. So I'm going to send a message. I'm going to use another 3rd level spell slot to cast Sending. Fucking shit takes 2 levels in Sorcerer. To Mal. Hey babes, you up? Guess who we've just found? Guess what?
Well, okay, what do you say? Because this is...
right, I do need to sort this out.
It doesn't have to be exact, just like what...
Yeah, so...
What information do you give? That's
so she knows who it's from straight away. She knows
it's from you, yeah. Unless...
You have the picture of Melanoe, by the way.
I do.
Yeah, I really like that character. We have found someone who claims to be your lost twin. Twin? Was it twin? Or
sister. This is the only word you've been given to relate to them, so you don't know.
We are in Pyra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
The most fun part of sending is always counting the words.
She's very damaged.
Yeah, they have similar, like, jaw structures.
There
was, like, something about her that I kind of recognised.
They're both
as soon as
tieflings, so they obviously must be related.
As I said that, I realise it implies that I'm missing her. Which I do. I do like the character, but I kind of wish I'd thought about that a little bit more before I said it.
Someone claims to be a lost sister in Paris. She's very damaged, missing it. Okay. You get a response from Menel saying, "A sister? I don't have a. Wait, where are you? Pyro. Fuck.
She's gonna waste all the words to kind of. Where are you?
Where are you?
I don't know how many words that was, but I'll say you've probably got like about 8 left. Let me see. I'm
Now
so
you
confused.
silly bitch.
And then that
okay.
was the end.
Okay. What I will do then. She seems confused. It must be a long time since you've seen her. And was she your older sister or your younger sister? Do you remember?
I think we were twins.
Twins. She's very confused. It's been a long time. So she's asked to see you, a picture of you, or just to see you. Obviously that's going to be difficult considering what's happening straight away. However, there is a way around that. Archer's going to reach into his book, tear out a page, and slide it across the table to Maeve. Maeve, could you draw Layla here, and I can send it over to Mel. And then once we've done that, I'll speak to her again and ask her to. It's very important to you that you see her. It is going to be difficult because we have internal commitments that will take us further away from her. However, the group is large and may be able to. There may be some of us, Bryn, Cassian, maybe, who wish to return to the north. I don't know. Maybe you could go with them because we can't. I'm making plans for everybody. We need somewhere where we can stay and keep an eye on you. I think is the important part at the moment, because we don't want you getting lost or forgetting again. And I think if the guards were to find you, they would be slightly less forgiving than perhaps they've been this time. Does that sound okay? Can we find a place for you to stay whilst we see if we can bring you to Mel or Mel to you?
She nods and says, I can change what I look like.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
I can change what I look like.
But now we've... Oh, sorry, there was one other question. I couldn't speak to Oliver like I can speak to other people. Why was that?
She nods and says, I said if I was to capture someone, I needed to make sure they can be found. So he had me make runes around. So divination, magic wouldn't work around them.
Can I ask why you didn't kill him like you killed the others?
I asked that earlier. She said that it's like he knew that Oliver was important to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
How long ago was the
can we
fire?
ask
Like
again just to make sure that's actually the answer?
11 years ago.
Okay, so instead, is there anybody else? Or did you already ask that and I missed that as well?
No, I have not asked that one.
Do you have anybody else held captive?
She shakes her head.
Did Porridge... I mean, this isn't really a question for me to ask, but did Porridge find anything going in that direction?
Not yet.
Yeah, he doesn't move super fast. My concern, the reason I just asked that, is I was really worried that I was sending him to an anti-magic circle. I'm sending another message to Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Were you in an orphanage 11 years ago that burnt down? She was there. She's been killing people looking for you. Fuck it. I missed.
It's fine. Mel says, let me just double check all the facts so I don't accidentally give you the wrong information.
Gem dragon.
Mel is a gem dragon. I don't actually have it written down, but I know. Okay. She says, Mel says, I didn't grow up in an orphanage. I grew up in Esmeralda with my parents, but yet I know her somehow. The message.
I've not sent the picture yet, but okay.
Well, sister.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I do have.
Port Lyron. She would have said Port Lyron rather than Esmeralda. Sorry.
Port Lyron.
Which is in Esmeralda.
Is there any way for her to get here quickly?
There's a couple of high-level spells, but
I think,
like, is there any teleportation?
Yeah, I think. Didn't you say during the Lot campaign that some of the major cities have teleportation circles connected to all the major cities?
Yeah, I mean, you guys do know Celine is there, who's a relatively high-level spellcaster. And
we can't keep getting Archon to cast Sending, though.
Or what's his name?
Are we sure? I mean, he's
Batman.
doing pretty well.
What's his name?
Orion.
Orion.
I don't think he could do it, but they're both spellcasters that just came to mind.
Yeah, I reckon Celine could do it.
Where is Gale when you need him?
He's off.
This is why we need tablets, so we can be like.
Tablets we've
If
not used
only
in...
fantasy Facebook was the thing.
Yeah, I mean, all they've been used for at the moment is Rusty playing fucking Fruit Ninja. So.
Yeah, but that's because like all of the NPCs that are important to us are like with us.
Yeah, the only one who isn't is connected psychically to Wolf forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. What was I going to say? So, she didn't grow up in an orphanage. My concern is that. Okay, I'm going to show her some other faces, and I'm going to show her Victoria and Bryn and see if there's any recognition there.
There is a bit of recognition with Bryn because Bryn was the one chasing her. But it's more like a vague recognition, like I recognize that face from somewhere, rather than like what that last one was.
So, Layla.
Yes.
I don't know if you felt anything last night, but with gesture silent, and I did a little experiment and tried to find you, and he was able to see through your eyes as he'd done once before. Did you feel anything when that happened?
Shakes her head.
Okay.
I just realised.
It's very disorientating for me. It kind of misjumbled things in my brain each time.
I almost had her say, well, that's your problem, but that doesn't make sense for her to say.
I just realised, Layla.
I know. Oh, I know. After James did it, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
If it helps, I didn't pick that name.
That's true. After Peru did it, I said...
I've been like trying to figure it out for the longest time. I was like, "Why does his name sound familiar? Have we heard it in this campaign?"
I know. I've had the name for so long as well.
So the reason I mentioned it is we performed a little bit of experimental magic that worked quite well. And I was wondering if you wanted to, because obviously you've been given this gift by. Well, I know who they are. I don't know if you know who they are.
I know who they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'd like to know, usually these gifts come with a price, a payment, or a promise. I was wondering if you knew what that was, and if you don't, perhaps there's a way we can find out to see if we can give the gift back.
You see, she says, the amulet wasn't the first gift.
No. I know. But was it the knife?
In a way.
Well, I can use the amulet and the knife. I'll try to replicate the spell I did yesterday to see if I can find out what that agreement was, to see if there's a way to free you
I know
from it.
what it was, but I didn't choose it.
Well, maybe there's a way we can find out how to break it. Would that be something you'd want to do?
You see, as Archon says the words break it, she doesn't react, but maybe you do see the shadow. It doesn't change much, but where she usually twitches, the shadow twitches. But she says, I don't know. I've only known life that way.
When she said that she knew what it was, like the deal that was made.
Yeah.
I don't know how to not insensitively ask, like, her to elaborate on what she knows.
You just also have to elaborate.
I know, but it feels rude. Like, okay, how? Like, what's the deal?
It's kind of, we're being friendly, but it is an interrogation at the end of the day.
Yeah. When you say you know what the deal was, what was the deal, if you don't mind my asking?
She, like, looks sort of up slightly, just like she's thinking. And she struggles to say the name. No, I think we are old souls from time before that have been reborn. And she came back normal, but I think, forced into the abyss.
Did you say they were hold souls?
Old souls. It's just really difficult with the way I'm having to speak as this character.
I think it's because your mic cuts you off as well when you go too quiet, so it's like cutting off the beginning and the end.
Yeah. And I wanted to live, so her deal was technically made.
So the last question I think I have is, do you know anything about the other events, the other incursions that are going on across the world?
He said there was more, but I don't know.
My concern as I don't know if she's looking at me. I assume she's kind of like looking sadly at the table.
You're just looking like around to like whoever speaks.
Archron has a furrowed brow because we have. Oh, there's a dog. We have an issue. There are guards in this place, and they know this is a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
We can't get her out of here. We've promised this woman the moon on a stick. You know, dog. We've promised her the moon on a stick, and she
wants it's not taxed.
Yeah. Hang on. How are we going to get her out of there? Is my question. So I'm just going to.
I have an idea.
I would like to point out this is kind of the reason I set aside. You know, God forgotten.
Right, but it very easily, nearly did go very wrong. So, you know, don't be a bitch. She could change herself because she can change the way she looks to look like me. Walk out that way. I can climb out the window and say to Sam that she just vanished in front of us.
I can. Well, this all needs to happen out in conversation because I can also disguise self. Well, we both can disguise self.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Why did the I'm aware there are like incursions all over, but what's the fascination with Pyra? 2 demon lords and 2 people to Pyra. One to just kill randoms so that they can get their memory back, and another to find a person.
Are you saying this too? Sorry. Layla.
Layla. Jesus.
She says, I didn't know there was another. I'm here for information.
Information. Oh. Information that you want or that he wants?
That I want.
Okay. Fair enough.
He said this was where I could find more.
In a way, he was right. But I don't know how this would have come about had we not been here, because I don't think Bryn knows your sister.
And also, I think Bryn would have been stuck in the Feywild for ages if we didn't show up.
Which means that there's threads connecting what we're doing.
Well, there is something to be said. If the Demon Lords talk, and one Demon Lord told the other Demon Lord that he sent a guy over to Pyra and that from Crown Top, then that Demon Lord would know that in Crown Top, or at least in Ifraldar, was her sister, and my brain is starting to go to mush, so I'm just going to stop now.
Simon gives up. How? She starts saying the stops. What do I do?
Well, we need to find a place where you can stay safely, first of all, and that
you
might
need to take
mean
us to Oliver as well.
There is the option of just being honest, telling Samael what's happening.
Well, yes, but actions have been taken and consequences.
Samael, I think we could convince. She's
yes.
They're kind of a mercenary freelance on with the is it the Gilded Lotus that she's
Yep.
the Gilded Lotus. The Sand Spears, on the other hand, they're very much more law abiding.
Maybe if we speak to the Sapphire the Seer, no, not Sapphire, Emerald the Just, we can arrange for you to be afforded your
I do have a suggestion. I do have a suggestion, and this is, if we can help you find your sister, or if your sister comes down to us, and you get to meet her, will you be willing to go to prison for the actions committed? I know they weren't necessarily of your own volition, but
Price must be paid.
Yeah, like at the end of the day.
No. Don't.
Can I, if I go to the window, can I see Samael anywhere?
Make me a perception check. 21. That's a very high roll. You don't see Samael, but you do see...
Samael sees you. Sorry,
yes. You do see, hiding either by rocks or by bushes, you do see a number of gilded guards waiting.
I think we need to be forthright right here. We don't need to make ourselves enemies of anybody. I think, Layla, if you're able to and willing, we can leave here in a calm and orderly manner, and you will be placed somewhere safe where we will be able to bring your sister to you without having to worry about other memories going missing or other people being hurt. Does that sound like something you'd want to do?
I think so.
If we keep everything orderly and we explain to the Sunspears, we can maybe lower the sentence and
perhaps
allow for visitation and all the rights.
Perhaps there'd be somewhere that they would be able to keep you safe, almost like a witness protection, if you will. And we could come and see you and keep you updated on your sister. And you could also help yourself by telling us exactly where Oliver is, which would also...
Well, how's Porridge getting on? Because she gave us a general direction and a location. Cave.
Sorry?
Whatever it was. Did you say cave?
A house.
No.
Oh, a house. Oh, fuck it. So,
I thought I heard cave as well.
I thought I had cave, sorry.
If given a map, she can show you. But
Porridge is out of range now, so he's just flying blind.
I think that would be something that's better done in front of people, because to show that she's willing to work with us. So,
just, out of curiosity, I don't want to wig out. Are you likely to lose control? Are you likely to lose your faculties and just flip on a dime if something
Hey,
goes?
bitch, how crazy are you?
Well, I'm just a bit curious if we exit this room, is your patron likely to take control and make you just run?
She shakes her head and says, only if I'm intimidated or emotional.
Okay.
We can be calm, but...
Yeah, maybe just keep the thought in your mind that we are doing everything we can to get your sister to you, and any high emotions or reactions may jeopardize that, so just try to stay calm. Can I go on? I was just going to leave the room and go and see if I can find Jordan anywhere.
Yeah. The last thing Archeron's going to say, because it's 10 past midnight, is does she want the shard? If she doesn't want it, would she be willing to take off the collar with the shard on it?
She says, I don't want it. I don't know what will happen if I take it off.
I would like to point out when I got a thing from my patron and I took it off, it blew up my brain ever so slightly.
We can try.
Maybe we will do that when we find a safe place.
She nods, stands up, and she is about as tall as Maeve, I think. How tall is Maeve?
6 foot.
She's with the horns. She's slightly taller than Maeve.
This is Mel's tall as well.
Yeah.
I'm 6'2".
She's short. I think top of the horns probably about side and side, but she stands at about 5'11", like top of her head.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Well, I think that one is going to be a conversation for our friends in the Sand Spears, because they...
That's why I sent Maeve to go speak to Jordan, see what to do.
Yeah.
Jordan and stuff have not arrived yet, because they are not fast. Cassian was sprinting the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what obviously...
What about the guards in there? Like,
there are 3 guards in there. If you walk out with her as she is, I don't know. You don't know.
Okay.
No, I'm thinking keep her in there until Jordan gets here.
Okay, well, have you ever played Quirkle, or...
Uno? Do you know Uno?
Have you ever played, what is it, Homos and Humans?
Oh, that was
Never
so
heard about
funny.
Jenga.
That, like, do you know Uno?
Muffin Man.
Muffin Man.
Yes, well, we have some time to kill.
If you want, I can tell you what I was sent to do by my demon lord.
Oh, God.
I'm not even gonna speak to that. What I will say, Maeve, you go outside to try and... do you go outside, I assume? Because you...
Yeah.
You don't see Jordan, but you do see Samael. And they say, why are you letting the murderer escape? And I'm gonna pick up that next time.